warming world will mean there is less water to go around, and that is going to put huge stress on the mechanisms by which water is allocated and shared.
Our family's been here about 80 years. The river is everything. It always has been. I've never seen it look like this. It's a desert.
It's no longer something hypothetical. It's no longer something that we can worry about in the future. It's happening right now.
Hello and welcome. My name is Malika Kapoor. I am the Deputy Global Editor of Bloomberg Live. And on behalf of Bloomberg, I am so pleased to welcome you to this day 3 of the Bloomberg Green Festival. The topic of this session is the role of policy, power, and law in climate action. We're going to get to that in just a minute. But before that, I'd like to thank our festival founding partner, JLL, for helping making this virtual event possible. And to help set the stage for these conversations, I would now like to introduce Herman Bowles, Vice Chairman Americas at JLL.
Hello, my name is Herman Bowles, Vice Chairman Americas, as well as International Director at JLL. Welcome to the Bloomberg Green Festival panel discussion on the role of policy, power, and law in climate action. In addition to my role advising our largest corporate and public sector clients on real estate issues, I am the founder of JLL's Public Institutions Business Unit. This group works with federal, state, and local governments, as well as colleges and universities, to establish and implement sound real estate strategies. Noting that over 40% of total carbon emissions comes from the world's real estate, sustainability is at the forefront of our conversations with clients every day. With huge pressures to move to a low-carbon future and to respond to climate change, governments and corporations are being held accountable to adapt at a pace and scale never experienced before. At this year's World Economic Forum, JLL participated in dialogue around 2 of the top 4 global issues: how to address environmental challenges harming our ecology and economy, and figuring out how to transform industries to achieve more sustainable business models. Today, you will hear a distinguished panel discuss how policy incentives play an integral role in the battle against climate change. Taking steps to advance climate action is important to JLL, and our clients expect us to offer solutions that enable them to move in positive directions. Here are 5 topics on our radar. 1, policy alone cannot create change. Policy needs to be integrated with economics and technology to create optimum sustainability solutions. 2, businesses do not, I repeat, do not like uncertainty. Enacted policies and laws must allow businesses to plan beyond the short term without fear of constant change. 3, over the past decade, there has been a precipitous drop in renewable power prices, and policy played a role by offering attractive incentives that spurred investment, further driving down costs. Users of power now have options and do not necessarily have to compromise economics for sustainability. 4, the supply chain. Sustainability will drive significant clean energy demand as firms with robust sustainability goals will require their suppliers to adhere to higher standards. Suppliers unable to comply risk losing business. Finally, 5, the COVID-19 crisis. It has dampened but not destroyed the demand for sustainable solutions. The simultaneity of COVID-19 crisis and the climate challenge means that the post-pandemic recovery will be a decisive period for implementing additional sustainable solutions. As a global company, JLL has an inherent responsibility to support environmental, social, and governance issues facing the world. Our commitment to climate action and the next generation are inherent to our adamant support of corporate social responsibility efforts. We must walk the walk as well as talk the talk. Our stakeholders, including our shareholders, clients, suppliers, and the communities in which we operate around the world expect nothing less. Therefore, we set ambitious targets for our own people and spaces and have aligned to Science-Based Targets Initiative to reduce emissions and design energy-efficient environments. We want to do our part to shape a better world. We hope to join us in this journey. Enjoy the session.
Thank you very much to Herman Bowles, Vice Chairman Americas at JLL. Now, before we get started, I have just a couple of housekeeping announcements I want to go through just to ensure that you can enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, just try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions during the interviews, and we really hope you do, because we do want to make this as interactive a program as possible. And while we may not be able to get to all of you, we will do our best to get to as many of you as we can. So to submit a question, please click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. And if you mention your name and your location, we will give you a shout out. We're also on social media, and we'd love it if you could join the conversation there. So please do that using the hashtag Bloomberg Green. And now onto our program. I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Lisa Abramowitz.
So Gina McCarthy, 13th Administrator of the EPA, after a very prolonged confirmation battle, taking over under Obama, a fellow at Harvard formerly, and currently the President and CEO of the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'd love to start with where we are right now. Seeing the wildfires that are across the West, dealing with the hotter than expected weather, dealing with some of the more active than usual hurricane seasons. Can you put this into perspective for us in terms of how this reflects the global warming cycle that we're in?
Well, Lisa, thanks for having me and for beginning with such a depressing question, because you're absolutely right. We are in the most difficult of times. You know, we're dealing with a pandemic, with the economic insecurity and devastation, really, that brings. We add on to the systemic racism that's been challenging us for 4 centuries. And here we are now facing what is essentially one of the most visible ways in which people can finally realize that climate change is not just real, but it's here. And it's impacting human lives in ways that, you know, I don't know if anybody has seen the pictures, but they're frightening. They're absolutely devastating. If you look at pictures of San Francisco right now, you can't see the sun through the smoke, and it has this red glow. It's just terrifying to see the changes that have happened.
It's apocalyptic. I mean, those are the types of words that people are looking at. And then there was a story recently on the Bloomberg terminal that came out. If you want to talk depressing, it's a race against heat, and humanity is losing. That was the title. I mean, there's this feeling that we've reached a tipping point of no return. Is that accurate?
Well, that is what we're feeling across the U.S., not just in areas where the heat is resulting in fires. I mean, you see the record heat everywhere. And I think people have known, the scientists have been telling us that when the climate changes, it doesn't go backwards. We have to address this issue, and we have to address it now. You know, whether or not it's beyond our ability to continue to inhabit the planet, I don't think that's the case, certainly, but we have to start building the future we want to have. We have to take every penny that we're investing in our world moving forward and make sure that it's invested in a way that's smart, that not just takes care of the pandemic and rebuilds our economy, but it has to be based on a clean energy economy. It has to be a clean energy economy that's built with racism and equity as a center for how it is shaped and designed. And if we do that, we can protect our health. We can build our children a future that we can be proud of. But it's a crisis now, and we can't think that we're watching some horror movie. We're watching real life happening now, human lives being taken. And it is time for us, I think, to recognize that even the COVID-19 was a wake-up call, the data that we're looking at from COVID-19 that's telling us that Black Americans are dying from COVID-19 at twice the levels of white Americans has to tell us that these are issues that we need to solve, that are systemic, that are immediate, and need to be resolved now.
I think it's interesting when we talk about environmental issues, you also bring up some of the racial tensions that have pervaded the U.S. and other nations around the world this year. How are they connected?
They're intimately connected. They're part of the same system. You know, and the good news is that you can solve for all of them at the same time through climate solutions. So there's no difference really between racial justice and climate justice. You know, I'm sorry, let me start that again. There's no distinction between the two in terms of how you need to look at them as being absolutely related. Let's look at the people that have been most impacted by pollution traditionally. It has always been the Black community, people of color, poor people who have been on the front line and the fence line of pollution. It's exactly those same people that are most at risk in a changing climate. They are always going to be the front line, the ones that get hurt the most. And if we neglect to think about that, then we won't have the correct strategies to invest in new transportation systems that really put those communities first. We won't be looking at the housing degradation that's followed, racial tensions and problems and disinvestments as opportunities to invest in energy efficiency and better housing. We won't be focused on resilience first in the communities that are most at risk first. So we have to intertwine them. They are not distinct. They are part of the same system that has been relying on fossil fuels for far too long and needs to begin to shift to clean energy that can keep us healthier, that can make us safer, and solve some of these problems together.
So what are some of these transportation systems that have been built in the recent past that you think as being an example of what we ought to be focusing on?
Well, I think we need to recognize a couple of things. While there's a lot of excitement about cleaner cars, and believe me, we need to get tough clean car standards and move to electric vehicles, that's for sure. But at the same time, I already know that we have communities that are being hard hit because they don't have access to good transit solutions now. They're worried about COVID-19 and the safety that poses for going back on the subways. We have buses that are no longer running. So you are talking about trying to invest, in my opinion, in transit. If you really care about getting people to work and you care about cleaning up air quality, it's transit, it's subways, it's buses, it's rebuilding our city streets. It's bringing walking and biking to the fore that can provide huge health benefits in these communities, as well as looking at overall how you develop cleaner vehicles and move to electric vehicles as quick as possible.
Let's talk a little bit more about some of the things, the steps that cities could take to be greener, especially at a time that's quite fraught for cities. I mean, this sort of wave of people moving to suburbia. So there's this question of how do you rebuild cities to attract people back to them, but also be greener? What other measures, aside from transportation, do you see as helpful to take?
Yeah. Well, we're doing a lot of work on buildings. I mean, you have energy, you have transportation, you have buildings that all are going to be critical for the continued health and well-being of our cities, which we need. We know that 75% of our greenhouse gas emissions are basically from city living and the neighboring suburbs. So we have to address those issues. When you talk about buildings, we need to look at new building codes. We need buildings that are readily transferred to all electric. We need houses that are built that are more efficient, that have opportunities for electrifying as well. We are talking about making sure that we have parks and playgrounds and walkable places that can actually reduce heat stress in different areas. We have opportunities to rebuild our buildings in ways that make them basically not just highly efficient, but opportunities for heat sinks so that we can actually reflect the heat off of roofs. There are just so many ways in which you can think about investing in cities. You know, if you really want to look at the challenge of affordable housing, then we can start building affordable housing that's highly efficient, that makes it more affordable to live in, but also reduces the amount of electricity that's necessary to heat it and use air conditioning. And if you think people shouldn't have access to air conditioning, I would argue this heat that we're experiencing should tell you exactly the opposite. So let's look at natural solutions. Let's look at allowing people to get around without needing individual vehicles. Let's look at getting the trucks off the road that are dirty diesels because they're causing intense air pollution that's challenging the health and well-being of the communities that are most susceptible to these damages. And so there's lots of things that we can do together, and we are doing together, because in the US, cities are really stepping up. We have mayors all over the place in the United States that are exchanging ideas about how to rebuild their cities better, not just reopen them. And there's opportunities for shared engagement in this, shared investments, building EV corridors that are meaningful and provide real choices, because we just have to get rid of the fossil fuels that have been holding us back, and we know is the crux of the challenge for climate change.
You talk about mayors, and that brings me to the question of political will. How much political will is there on a national level to make these types of investments?
Well, you know, we can, I think, have a good conversation about this, but I think COVID-19 matters a lot. I think COVID-19 gave people a wake-up call that the world can change on a dime. I think the fires that we're seeing in California is a stark reality, not to mention all of the crazy storms that are happening in the Midwest and all the flooding that we're seeing. So people, I think, are beginning to get it. They're beginning to recognize that you have to follow the science. You actually have to listen to experts. And they are now beginning to demand solutions that are different. So I think people will not be satisfied if the only thing we do is reopen without recognizing the huge vulnerability that we face if we don't think about building it in a way that is recognizing the challenge of climate and recognizing the need to build resilient infrastructure that can keep our communities protected. So demand is happening. And Lisa, you know, in the US, it takes a long time for federal demand to happen. So while I love the idea that we have folks that may be the next president who care about climate and who want to make all these investments, I know that the demand has to come from the community level and build there, and then push at the mayoral level, and then push at state level before we're going to make this happen. But we don't have a lot of time, but I think people are ready for it. They know that clean energy is cheaper. They know that that's where the jobs are. This should be this should be the core of our economic strategy, to invest, not spend money. You know, we need to invest in our future, and clean energy is it, for jobs as well as our health and our well-being and our national security.
All right, Gina, I want to get to the price tag and how potentially this could change people's livelihoods. But before we get there, you did mention we may actually have someone in the White House who may actually care about this issue and take measures. I assume you're talking about Joe Biden. President Trump has been pretty vocal about his support of the fossil fuel industry, trying to bring some support to coal mines in addition to a whole host of other areas. How much, from your perspective, coming from the Obama administration, how much has the Trump administration set some of the goals back toward achieving a carbon neutral type of footprint for the United States?
Well, I think the Trump administration has tried its best to stop all of this and reverse it back to coal, but it's not working. You know, over a 5-year stretch, you know, the clean energy jobs have grown at 70% faster than the overall job growth. So we know what we're talking about. Three times more people are working in clean energy than have been working in fossil fuels before we had the COVID-19 hit, and we'll rebuild the jobs that we've lost there. So this administration has done its best. But, NRD has sued this administration more than 100 times, and we have a 90+% rate in our success because they haven't followed the law. They haven't followed science. So like much of this administration, it's a lot of hot air and very little to back it up. What we have lost is time. And in a climate crisis, frankly, that's the biggest loss we can have. We don't need to stay the same. We need to move forward as quickly as possible. And that's where we need to regroup. And I think, a next president has to recognize that they're going to be judged by whether or not they can keep people healthy and safe and rebuild this economy. And if you want to do all of those and center racial equity, then you have to look at clean energy as the path forward.
So let's talk about the price tag. What are you thinking?
Well, if you ask me how much I would spend on clean energy in the future for our kids, I'd say all of it.
Well, okay,
That's my price tag.
All right. So everything
Look
that
at-
anyone
look at-
has. Go ahead.
Well, the U.S., like other countries, spends a lot of money all the time. All I'm suggesting is that if you want to rebuild the future and you want to do it in a way that is safer and healthier, then you have to look at a clean energy future. You have to look at a clean energy future that centers on rebuilding the communities that have been left behind. And so there's no question that everybody's had different levels of investment that they're talking about. But frankly, all I want to do is make sure that the money we usually spend is spent wisely, and that the money we need to get out of this economic hole and put people back to work is spent wisely. And if that's all you want to do, then every penny of that is going to be building a future that we can be proud of. One that won't leave us exactly where we were prior to COVID-19.
Perhaps another way of looking at this is, if we were to make a meaningful dent in our footprint, how drastically would our day-to-day lives change? How different would they look?
Well, I think what we're looking at right now, at least at NRDC, is we're looking at moving away from fossil fuel vehicles by 2035, right? That's just stop selling anything other than a fuel cell or an electric vehicle. So that means change. But does it mean drastic change right now? No, it doesn't. Do we have the technologies that can support it? Absolutely. Do we need to start working with communities on how to make this real? Absolutely. But I do not believe that we are talking about spending more money. I believe what we're talking about is spending our money wisely in a way that won't allow us to actually have the same kind of safety and health challenges. So I'm talking about way more savings than I am talking about expense. If you look just at what we need to shift our fossil fuel industry from reliance on fossil fuels and into a clean energy economy, which most of us are looking at, again, a 2035 window, we think that you can do that in a way that's going to save enough lives and enough damage from excess storms to pay for itself way beyond what it would have cost us. So this is one of those things where I don't know whether the number is the next president should spend $2 trillion rebuilding the economy, but all I know is that every bit of what's spent needs to be looked at in a different way to build back a future we're going to be proud to hand to our children. And if we do that, then I think we will win.
I think a lot of people would agree with you. I think that some of the pushback, at least from what I've heard of individuals across America, is, are you saying that I should become a vegetarian and never use my truck and basically go off the grid and get solar panels and, live this sort of esoteric life? I mean, that's sort of the cliche that's portrayed, with the idea that cow burps are really a huge methane contributor. Can you sort of give a sense of where the reality in this cliche is and where the fiction is?
Well, it's really silly Some of the ways in which people are projecting this is silly. I've been in government for a long time, and I've never sold something that basically said, you need to change the way in which you live your life. Good for you. We're going to make you do that. Or say, sacrifice is wonderful. Do it for your neighbor. That's just not the way you do it. You have to develop technologies and systems and practices that make our lives easier and better, that don't take away the richness of our life, that give us an ability to actually continue to live in ways that we will thoroughly enjoy. If people think that's how we're living now, then I think they need to wake up. We are not enjoying the fullness of life, everybody. We have communities that have been left behind and overburdened by pollution that are on the front lines of climate. So not everybody is interested in preserving every moment of their life. They're interested in a better life. And so I don't think that we have to give up in order to get the richness of life that we all are used to and want to have. I have driven an electric vehicle. I've recently purchased one. If you think I'm sacrificing as a result of that, you're wrong. But am I one of the few who can afford to buy one? Yeah, but I love it. So we are not talking about sacrificing here. If my house is hugely efficient and I save money so I can buy a better house next time because I've saved, or spend that money on buying Netflix for my TV.
Yeah.
Am I worse off? I mean, seriously here. It's ridiculous to suggest that we have to sacrifice to get better. Nowhere near that. No.
All right.
I don't believe
Gina, the other thing, some people have said that there's sort of this ironic secondary effect of the pandemic, the fact that we've all sat home and wondered what to do with our lives, but we haven't taken airplanes, we haven't driven our cars around. This has actually bought us some time with respect to emissions output. How much time has it bought us?
Well, unless we find options to actually live life a bit differently moving forward out of the gate, it's not going to have bought us a lot of time. I'm not looking at this as COVID-19 as some kind of hidden gem it's exposed. There is nothing good about COVID-19. And we know that as soon as we start kicking off again, we're going to have the greenhouse gas emissions start creeping up again. We have to look at systemic and fundamental change. And I'm not talking about change in the way people behave as much as the way in which we allow people to live. I just think the idea that technology improvements we've invested in over the past 20 years, like clean energy, have detriments to them, and that people are so in love with fossil fuels, I think it's just ridiculous. We just want to live healthy lives. We just want to be able to turn our electricity on and make it come on. We want to have heat and we want to have air conditioning when it's too hot. If you can deliver that in different ways, nobody's going to ask you why you shut down my coal plant. Nobody's going to ask you about jobs lost if you can replace those jobs with other good jobs. And that's the challenge we have. We can't leave anybody behind.
So with the backdrop of the apocalyptic scenes that we're seeing in California, with the pandemic, with the hurricanes that keep coming through, with that as our backdrop, what are the goals that we have to hit, in your view, from the latest science in order to avoid a worsening cycle with the Arctic melting faster, leading to, I don't know, an even worse year than 2020?
God help us. Let's hope not. Clearly, as science has developed and shown us, we have to look at 1.5 degrees centigrade. We can't keep talking about 2. So we have to get accelerated in reductions in greenhouse gases. So you're talking about real investment and real market signals that need to be sent right out of the gate. I'm looking at the plans that have been put out by the House Select Committee on Climate Change recently, and that is looking at getting to the kind of reductions by 2050 that we need and what the costs are associated with that, and they're all overwhelming benefits. And so it's a pretty comprehensive plan that I think people ought to look at. I'm looking at the President Biden's plans, which are equally ambitious. But we are talking about, getting at the power sector being clean by 2035, getting people to make the shift away from selling, fossil fuel vehicles by 2035 so that we can get to zero by 2050. So it's big change that needs to happen quickly. And obviously, the quicker we can do it, the better off we are. And I think getting out of the gate quickly to ensure that every country is investing in a clean technology future and a clean energy future out of the gate as our way to build out of COVID-19 is going to be one of the most significant benefits that we can put on the table quickly. And I'm excited by what the EU has laid out about understanding that you really need to dedicate a significant portion of the money that you expend in government to actually make this transition happen.
Gina, we started on a pretty pessimistic, dark note. I want to end just to get your sense on the pendulum of optimism and pessimism. Optimism being that we might survive and thrive, and maybe my children will have great-grandchildren who will still be on this earth and won't have to be in spacesuits, to, pessimism, which is the opposite. Where are you?
Well, for the past 4 years, I've watched an administration do everything humanly possible to make the vast majority of my life irrelevant in terms of its work. And it hadn't worked, just the opposite. I am really excited about the climate solutions we have available today that don't require sacrifice, that will provide huge benefits. I know that the systemic racism and the challenges we're facing today feel uncomfortable, but they are exactly the kind of discomfort we need to make our country stronger and more economically stronger. And so it's about time that we face these issues. And the exciting part of today is that I think people are ready for change. I think they're crying for it. I think they know that rolling back all these issues is not the way to go, that we have to build our kids a hopeful future. So I'm giving us an extraordinarily hopeful B+ to A-, that we're going to get there, and we're going to get there soon, and we're going to get out of the gate flying, because we have no choice. We love our kids, right? We love our life.
Usually.
I don't want to live at my dining room table for the rest of my life.
Gina, thank you so much for taking the time. I really, really appreciate it.
Thanks, Lisa. It was really fun.
It was, yeah, very fun. Thanks again. Take care. All my best to you. I hope you're right.
Me too. Thanks.
Climate change doesn't just cause rising sea levels, storms, and wildfires, but it also threatens to derail the US economy and its financial system. I'm Jessica Shankelman, a reporter at Bloomberg News, and I'm joined here today by a formidable panel of experts to talk about a new report that came out last week, which warns that climate change could cause asset prices to be rapidly readjusted, and that the shift to a low-carbon economy could catch investors off guard, creating huge disruption to markets. Its central recommendation is for a US carbon price, so businesses are paying for their pollution. Perhaps what was most surprising at all about the report is that it exists, given the current political climate. It was commissioned by a special climate subcommittee of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which has oversight for the US futures swaps market. Here to talk about it with me today is the CFTC Commissioner, Rustin Benham, who sponsored the report, Bob Litterman, founding partner at Kepos Capital, who chairs the risk committee for the CTFC. Also, Mary Shapiro, former chair of the US Securities and Exchange Committee and the CFTC, and she's also currently Bloomberg's vice chair for global public policy. And Nat Bullard, chief content officer for Bloomberg NEF, who helped write section 2 of the report on the risks to the US of climate change and of shifting to a low carbon economy, as well as the opportunities. Commissioner Benham, let me start with you. What do you expect this to accomplish in terms of regulation, and in what time frame?
Thanks, Jess. This is the first step, I think, for a U.S. regulator and I think a U.S. agency to really start to look and examine these issues carefully and thoughtfully. As you pointed out, there's a direct relationship between climate change and obviously the economy, but underpinning the economy are financial markets. I think most people, if you think about climate change, naturally your mind drifts towards the environment, human health, and of course, energy production. But a huge part of what we're dealing with right now with the pandemic and then obviously the wildfires in the western portion of the United States has to do with the economy. And as we see, and as you pointed out, land prices possibly decrease, insurance risks rise, and migration of people and communities because of these climate risks. We really have to start to think about what it means for financial markets and largely the economy. With that, this report really is groundbreaking in a sense that it's the first of its kind. Very proud of the work that the committee was able to put together, and it's very much in line with the vision that I set out over a year ago. And I'm hopeful at a minimum, much like all other policy, and I think Mary can speak to this, it's building blocks. You have to build a foundation for policy. You have to make an argument. You have to advocate. You have to be able to defend a position. And in the absence of really much policy in this particular space, specifically financial markets and the economy, with a broad group of stakeholders who really represent the entire economy, I'm hopeful that this document will really serve as a starting point for a larger conversation in the U.S. among policymakers, among elected officials, and then most importantly, among stakeholders. Really, that's what we're, my number one responsibility, I think, as a regulator is, of course, to fulfill my duties under the law, but also is to engage with stakeholders and talk to them, see what risks they're facing, and see what I'm doing right and wrong. And when a unanimous group of stakeholders that really, like I said, represents the broad spectrum of the U.S. economy says climate is a risk to financial markets and it will have detrimental effects on the economy for years to come, that's glaring a pretty bright red signal that we have to do something differently.
And given the polarized nature of the debate around climate change in the U.S., how did you get a consensus on this? What consensus did you need to get this written? Was it a unified process?
Well, it was unified, and I'm really proud of that. But ultimately, as a regulator and as a regulator at the CFTC, we focus on derivatives, which is what you pointed out. And derivatives are really about price discovery and risk management for everything from a farmer and rancher to large, global manufacturers who are trying to hedge currency or rate risk. And with that in mind, I can have a conversation with this group about what I think the causes of climate change are. But in my capacity as a financial regulator, what I need to do and what I feel my responsibility is to focus on market risk. We've dealt with, market risk back in 2008 with the crisis that was related to subprime mortgages. We're obviously dealing with the risk of a pandemic now and really the sort of aftershocks of not being prepared for what a health crisis is. And in my view, as we're seeing the climate crisis evolve over decades now and really be amplified in the past few years, unfortunately, this is my sort of, call to say, look, we need to start thinking about climate risk as a real challenge for financial markets and something that we need to be better prepared for collectively, both as private sector and public sector market participants. So again, hopeful that this will be the starting point for a larger conversation.
And why do this through the CFTC rather than the SEC? So Mary might also have a view on this as former chair of both.
I would just say, I'd jump in quickly, there was nothing going on. That's just the bottom line. So I stepped in and I am hopeful that this will be, again, a helpful additive to the conversation. But, second thing is the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is a pretty unique agency. Obviously, a lot of the recommendations, and Mary can speak to this, focus on disclosures and stress testing and under different scenarios. But we, as the CFTC, have a huge constituency from farmers and ranchers to the largest manufacturers, energy providers, mineral miners, you name it, are constituents of the CFTC. And I think it's actually a very nice place to think about this. And the last thing I'll mention is, as a lesson of 2008, financial markets are interconnected, heavily interconnected, and to look at this in silos really doesn't do it justice, because the climate change challenge is global, and to say that this is only within equity markets or only within fixed income or only within derivatives really is not going to solve the problem. Markets are too interconnected. We see that time and again. We see that in the March-April period of this past year when the pandemic really struck us. So we have to think about this comprehensively, and that's why I gave Bob, as chair, really the broadest possible remit to look at this comprehensively.
Mary, do you have anything to add? Or
Sure. Thank you. I guess a couple of points I would make. First of all, I agree with everything Commissioner has said. I think that physical climate risk really strikes at the heart of the markets the CFTC regulates. So that makes them a very logical agency to do this, but also because of their connectedness to really all financial markets, they were a very logical candidate. And frankly, it took a lot of leadership to step up in this administration and take on such an active role on a topic that's quite controversial here. I would also say that I think the report is substantively a great contribution to understanding the critical role that regulators across the financial spectrum can play in fighting climate change. It's a great policy foundation for the efforts of the bank supervisors, the SEC, the CFTC, insurance regulators, and others. But there's another value I think that the report really brings that's important, and that is that it actually helps show the rest of the world that's far advanced from where we are from a regulatory perspective on these issues. It helps show them that U.S. market participants actually do get it and actually do understand that climate risk presents very significant financial risks with the potential to destabilize the financial system, and that the risks are at the institutional or micro level, the subsystemic level, and the systemic level, and that they're going to play out over the short, the medium, and the long term. And that if we're going to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, it will require ultimately efforts from every sector of our economy and public policymakers and regulators, whether it's with respect to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, catalyzing investment in innovative or green products and infrastructure, to Ross's point, improving disclosure around climate risk, which is very much in the SEC's purview, stress testing financial institution resiliency, pricing carbon. All of these things need to happen, and regulators around the world have a really critical role in making sure that they do happen, and that they happen in a time frame that allows us to be successful.
Bob, what do you hope markets will achieve with this? Your central recommendation was for a carbon price, but in the absence of that, what should markets do? Maybe companies setting internal carbon prices, would that be a step forward?
Yeah, Jess, there are a number of steps forward that companies can take and that investors and asset owners need to take. But, this team that put together the report, and they were an incredibly talented and diverse group, all came to the same conclusion, which is that financial markets direct capital in the direction of the incentives that they're given. They're very efficient at doing that. I was a financial engineer for decades on Wall Street, and I know how we can take advantage of every little opportunity and hedge the risks to allow that to happen. Financial markets are incredibly efficient that way, but we have the wrong incentives now. And so right now, capital is flowing in the wrong direction toward the old economy, not toward the new low carbon economy. And so we've got to change that. And the financial markets can't do that on their own. They take those incentives as given and they direct capital in those directions. So what can we do on our own? We can try. Everyone out there is trying to do what they can. They're setting targets and they're planning for the future. But at the end of the day, right now, capital is flowing in the wrong direction. People are making the wrong decisions. They're given the wrong incentives, and emissions globally are increasing. So we have to change this, and the way to change it is to change the incentives. And that's why recommendation. We recognize that it's not the financial regulators, it's not the financial markets that can do this on their own. This is the job of Congress.
Right. So Does this report end up in the trash pile if Trump wins?
No, this is a roadmap, and we're going to go down this roadmap. The only question is when. And urgency, you raise a very important topic because we don't have time to waste here. You know, one of the lessons of risk management is that time is a scarce resource. If we have enough time, we can solve almost any problem. And yet, if we don't act quickly, we can make a risk management problem turn into a catastrophe. And you don't have to look far for an example of that. The COVID epidemic is a perfect example where if we had acted a week or two more quickly, we would have reduced the number of deaths, significantly. There was a Columbia University study that estimated the number of deaths could have been cut in half by a 1 week earlier response to that pandemic. Similarly with climate, we don't know how much time we have. We are pushing the Earth's planetary system to a new level of warming, and every year that goes by, that warming increases. We're doing a dangerous experiment. We don't know what's going to happen, but we have to look at the full spectrum of outcomes. You know, in financial markets, we often talk about extreme but plausible scenarios. And that's what we looked at here with respect to climate. And we have to price not only the expected damages, but also the potential for catastrophic damages. That's what risk pricing is all about. Financial markets know how to do it. But at the end of the day, we don't have it now. Again, it's a fatal flaw in the current economic system. When we fix it, it's going to be a phase change in the economy. And all of a sudden, all economic agents who respond to incentives, we all respond to incentives, will be moving in the right direction. Right now, they're moving in the wrong direction. We all get that. We all understand that.
Jess, if I could jump in.
Yeah, please do, Mary.
Just wanted to add that I think having lived through the financial crisis, I can tell you that regulators and policymakers and supervisors can turn on a dime when they're required to do so. And so if we are to get an administration that's more favorably inclined to exploring these issues, I think you can enlist every federal agency to this effort and make a difference very quickly.
I'm quite interested in this.
I gotta jump in. Sorry, one last point about the subcommittee itself, and this addresses your point. But one of the things I was very intentional about informing the subcommittee, and Bob pointed to this, was the diverse nature of the subcommittee, where we have banks, we have institutional investors, we have representatives from energy, agriculture, public interest, the environmental groups, academics, data providers, and exchanges. This builds the foundation, like I said, that really transcends politics. Will it then, of course, make this policy move super quick? Maybe not. But the bottom line is, when you have that type of group, when you have that type of diverse coalition, it becomes really hard to debunk as something that's not worthwhile and not something that has to be taken seriously.
Nat, would you like to?
Yeah, I would just, let me just add that when we first sat down, and Nat will remember this, we talked about what can we agree on. Commissioner said he'd like to see a consensus report. So at our first meeting, we went around the table and started talking about what could we, very little we didn't agree on. Commissioner asked for 50 pages, a high-level summary. And we couldn't limit it to that because we kept digging in and we kept coming to agreement on the need for incentives, on the need for disclosure, on the need for better data and analytics, on all these things, scenarios and stress testing, the need to coordinate with regulators globally and have a coordinated response. All of these things, we just kept digging and we kept agreeing. So we ended up, 3 times the number of pages that the commissioner wanted. But I think it was, a terrific report at the end of the day. Sorry to interrupt, Nat. Go ahead.
Not at all. 100%. I mean, the breadth and depth of what we put together is a feature of the consensus that we came to in so many different areas, in different endeavors that are impacting across policy and markets. I want to echo Mary's point that markets can move quickly. Absolutely, and that regulators can move quickly to in turn incent what needs to be done. I mean, thinking about this as a playbook for the future, I think, is the right way to go. And one of the things that I reflect on looking back on this still is the fact that we began with a carbon price, which I think seems to have this sort of revolutionary tinge here in the United States, but I think of as just the most simple market signal that we could have. I mean, it's actually the way to best unlock markets and let markets do what they do, to Bob's point. It's actually, to me, the point of maximal efficiency in terms of getting things to start happening when you want them to go.
And yeah, the report is absolutely fantastic. It's a really, really good read. Sometimes some of these things can be hard to digest, but it's very powerfully written. Was that part of the idea behind it, to make sure that it was very accessible for anyone to read?
I jump in here, and I know Bob will have a comment, but you know, a lot of these reports are not readable, and there are quite a few of, you know, reports that are specifically focused on this exact issue. But I think it was important for me personally, as the individual, you know, sort of sponsored and commissioned this, to ensure that anyone could pick this up, understand the issues, really accept sort of the gravity of the situation, and then, you know, hopefully be a spokesperson or someone who could advocate for the challenges. And I think, you know, even if you just read the introduction and Bob's forward and Nat's pointed to the executive summary and the conclusion, it is moving in the fact that we are facing something that is unique in global history, and that we have to be able to act and react as soon as possible.
And it's available on the CFTC website. Is that right?
That's correct.
Great. I wanted to maybe lighten the mood a little bit. Talking about climate risks is always feels slightly apocalyptic, doesn't it? I think, you know, as well as the risks, it also presents some opportunities. Nat, do you want to talk a little bit about how, despite the risks that are presented here, there are potentially sort of opportunities for new companies, new ideas in the low carbon economy?
Absolutely. To begin with, the very basic one that I think Bob should probably expound on is that proper risk management is also a way to generate an outsized return. Like, this is a way to help future-proof portfolios, physical and financial. But secondly, I want to reflect to your point about, you know, what readers think. We had a comment from Azim Azhar, who's a writer in the UK, and he said, in reading the executive summary, and I'll give you the exact quote, it contains the future of at least a half dozen great startup ideas. Like, and that's the sort of thing that was an unexpected delight to me, but I also think is extremely important, is that underneath the risk management, or maybe on top of the risk management, I'll let Bob decide that, is a layer of alpha creation, right? Is the response to climate is going to create resilient companies that also are not only better prepared for the future, but are probably also the businesses of the future. And across the spectrum, I mean, stuff within the physical world, a huge amount of attention, and we thought future activity looking at data collection, management, standards, all sorts of things that I think entrepreneurial people will be well positioned to jump in on and make their way with. But Bob, I'd like to hear what you say on that.
Sure, Nat, thank you. Well, I would point out that the purpose of risk management, many people don't understand that. They think the purpose of risk management is to minimize risk. You know, 25 years ago, when Goldman Sachs asked me to be head of risk management for the firm, they didn't do it because they wanted to minimize risk. They were happy taking risk, they were making money taking risk, and they wanted to make more money. My whole career has been about risk and return trade-offs and optimizing those. And here, with respect to climate, yes, as soon as we get the right incentives, there's going to be incredible opportunities for people to, you know, build new businesses. One way to think about the climate situation that we're in now, and I think, you know, it cuts through some of the complexity, is to recognize that we're probably going to have to take every ton of carbon dioxide that we put into the atmosphere today out of the atmosphere at some point in the future to stabilize the Earth's environment. That's an expensive process. And putting that CO2 into the atmosphere right now is a liability that we're leaving for next generation and the generation after that. This is going to take decades and decades to clean up. So we better get started. And once we get started, there's all kinds of opportunities for new businesses and new activities and cleaning up and strengthening the infrastructure and all of that. I think when we remove the uncertainty about policy, that is going to create an economic boom. So forget about, how it's going to be expensive to the economy. It's actually going to create new jobs. And it's really the removal of the uncertainty about this, which is one reason why we really need a bipartisan effort. This is not a partisan issue. There was frankly no discussion at all about politics on this committee. This is what we have to do. It's a roadmap for the future, and it applies to both political parties. And frankly, it's a global problem that we need to work at globally. Ultimately, we need globally harmonized incentives to reduce emissions. That will be a phase change in the economy, and it's off to the races as soon as we get that done. And by the way, I'm very optimistic. I think we can get that done in a matter of a couple of years. And that, for me, suggests that the financial markets I don't think they expect that. I don't think many people are very optimistic about this. I am, and that to me means it's not priced in. And that, again, is a source of opportunity for investors, asset owners, and so on.
I think it's fair to acknowledge that lots of what's in this report isn't incredibly new. We've seen it before with the TCFD. We've seen it from former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney. Mary, can I ask you, how does this report fit into the worldwide picture? We're already seeing countries in Europe and Asia acting on climate risk. Does this bring the US up to speed?
It certainly helps. Look, climate change, to Bob's point, is a global problem, and it really requires a global solution and a global response. And I think the contribution here, again, is that it acknowledges that we in the U.S. understand across a broad range of financial market participants that we need to do much more in this fight. But if you look at what's happening in the rest of the world, in Europe, in the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Scandinavian countries, there are multiple initiatives ongoing that demonstrate a real understanding in those countries that there's a critical role for financial regulators to play in the fight against climate change. And it's manifesting itself in all different ways, mandating disclosure. You mentioned TCFD, disclosure of climate risk and opportunity. So there are disclosure mandates arising around the world based on the TCFD framework. We're seeing stress testing of banks for climate resilience, enormous amount of work done by the Network for Greening the Financial System, organization of central banks with over more than 60 members that are stress testing banks' resilience, requiring TCFD type disclosure for their supervised entities, taxonomy development, a definition of fiduciary duty that would encompass considerations of climate change in making investment recommendations. So many things going on around the world. This report pulls them all together and creates, just as others have said, a roadmap for U.S. policymakers and regulators to catch up to the rest of the world and hopefully actually lead going forward.
And next year is the COP26, which is going to be held here in the UK, which is going to be a climate finance COP. How do you think this report will feed into that? What kind of outcomes do you think we might get at that COP from countries on climate finance?
Well, I think we're seeing tremendous focus on COP26, and I think tremendous synergy between this report and a number of the finance work streams that are being developed under COP. So I think, again, this is supportive of everything COP26 hopes to accomplish with respect to finance. And again, it brings the public sector into the discussion as we are on a road to mandatory implementation of things like climate risk disclosure. This report helps to reinforce, I think, those efforts.
Bob, I want to ask you about, we're going back to risk. Sorry, Commissioner Benham, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just to quickly, Jess, 2 points. With respect to the report itself, one thing that I really, really like about the report and the way it's laid out, and you mentioned this earlier in its sort of readability, but the report really starts with the foundations of the issues and then builds towards a number of recommendations in different areas, whether it's disclosures or stress testing, governance, and best practices. But the final chapter is really about green financing, to your point. And one of the really important parts of the report, I think, is how, and I've spoken to this, and Mary just did as well, how we can get the investor community engaged, obviously, more than it already is. It's a huge power in this sort of transition, but I think as regulators and as I think stakeholders alike, we have a responsibility to sort of level the playing field provide standard common terms and metrics so that folks can understand what they're investing in and what power their capital has. And just to wrap up, Mary mentioned, a number of the organizations. Obviously, TCFD was a huge part of this, and the findings that they've had, and GFS, the work that Governor Carney did at the bank for a number of years now. I mentioned a lot of the sort of motivation and the inspiration for me making the decision to put this together certainly was a lot of the experience I've had in the policy space, both in financial markets and agriculture. But, for the few years I was a commissioner before we started this effort, conversations with all of these individuals and these organizations, and really, put, I think, a premium on me stepping up here and hopefully, as Mary said, putting the U.S. in the right space and heading in the right direction so that we're signaling to the rest of the world that we're here, we're ready, we want to listen, and we want to act.
And to that point, we've got a question from an audience member who's concerned that many investments at the moment are risk blind and will generate millions of US dollars of losses in the near term. So they ask, how can we create policy incentives that allow for the financing of climate change adaptation and of resilience building? I would say from a regulatory perspective, we have to start changing the incentives, right? If you think about the tax code or, some fiscal policy that's been sort of established for decades at this point, we need to change the incentives for folks to allocate capital in different areas that are more green or that will support the transition to a net zero economy in the next few years. So a lot of what we're dealing with, I think, from a fiscal standpoint, the existing fiscal policy and the way the economy has been set up for a number of years, to Bob's point, is really pointed in the wrong direction. So this report, as much as it focuses on financial regulation, you think about the first recommendation, putting a price on carbon, that in of itself would, point the arrow in the right direction and start to really build on a lot of different incentives that I think can flow capital in a better direction.
And of course, we need to have disclosure as a foundational principle about climate risk and opportunities so that markets which are brilliant at pricing risk can do so effectively because they're well informed.
So we're
I
coming
would
towards
just
the end
add,
of the...
if I could just add, I think one of the things that we looked at in the committee is, do the regulators have the authorities to oversee these risks? And the answer is clearly they do. But one of the issues is that the climate risks are very different than typical financial risks, in especially the horizon. They go out for decades, and how you think about measuring and monitoring them. We're at an early stage in terms of especially the physical risks, understanding at an asset level what are the exposures, how do those add up to the ownership structures of different companies, and so on. So a lot of work that has to be done, especially in terms of gathering meaningful data and analytical frameworks that will allow us to better measure and manage these risks going forward.
One of the risks I wanted to ask you about, Bob, was the risk of social unrest. We saw in France the Gilets jaunes, the yellow vest protests. How do you bring in new regulations that tackle climate change while also doing it in a just and fair way that keeps the population on side?
Well, you raise a good question, and it's one that we did address as a committee. I co-chair the Climate Leadership Council, which is a sponsor of the Baker-Schultz Carbon Dividend Plan in the United States. And a big part of that plan is focusing on making sure that it is fair, giving all Americans a dividend, which would make 70% of Americans, basically the lower income Americans who use less energy, better off with the dividend than the increase that they would face in energy prices. So there are ways to address fairness and environmental justice, and they have to be addressed. But we want to separate the creation of incentives from the distribution of the revenues that are created by those incentives. And that's why it's up to Congress. We don't write the legislation, but we certainly all agree and recognize that you have to address environmental justice and some of the other major issues, racial, structural, racism in this country, and so on. These are all important issues that we have to address. And the COVID pandemic, in particular, I talked earlier about the lesson from risk management that you have to act quickly. It's also the case that COVID highlights how we're all interdependent. We depend on the actions of others for our own well-being, not just individuals in our households and communities, but also across the country. And frankly, the countries around the world are interdependent as well. And that's why we need a global solution to this problem.
And I also wanted to ask you, Bob, in terms of the US financial market, what's the kind of small, large split? Because lots of the large investors, large banks are already doing quite a lot on climate risk, given that there's action in Europe and Asia. So what would the impact be on, say, like a regional lender in the shale gas patch?
Yeah, we did look at the subsystemic risks, and there are many, and they're both transition risks and physical risks. And so, when you're talking about companies that are in the fossil fuel industry, interestingly, we had several on this committee. There were no significant differences. I was gratified to see that when we sat down and talked about, for example, do we need appropriate incentives to reduce emissions? No one disagreed with that. On the Climate Leadership Council, we have everyone supporting it from ExxonMobil to the World Wildlife Fund, the entire economics profession, all of corporate society, asset owners, investors. We all agree on this. We see the reality of this risk. We recognize that it's not being addressed appropriately, and we're saying it's time to do something. Now, what folks in the financial markets understand that as long as those incentives go in the wrong direction, we're not moving in the right direction. We haven't even started. So this is not a slow evolution toward a low carbon economy. This is change the incentives, get it right, and get started. I call it a slam on the brakes scenario because right now we see the risk, but our foot is still on the accelerator. The incentives are what drive us. And right now they're driving us in the wrong direction. I can't say that enough. Incentives matter. We all know it.
So were there concerns about carbon leakage?
When the subcommittee focused on this, we focused on the financial markets, the risks to the financial markets. We didn't get so much into some of the scientific issues, such as carbon leakage, and I guess you might call that a sustainable finance issue. But obviously, what we need are sustainable policies that will reduce emissions over time. And so, you're not reducing emissions if there's leakage. So we need those, but we didn't get into the details of how you create those incentives and, how you prevent leakage from one country to another or something along those lines. That was beyond the scope of this report. Great.
Well, if I could just finish with you, Commissioner Benham, what's next? You've got this report out. It's had a fantastic response from the environmental community. What's next for you?
Well, it's doing events like this. It's advocacy. It's trying to really raise awareness in the U.S. Across the board, both politically and in the commercial marketplace, so that we can start to take this seriously, more seriously than we are. And I say this often, and it's an unfortunate reality of this effort and the climate change effort. But when I started this, over a year ago, when I started thinking about this many years ago. It's largely driven by climate events that we're experiencing in our country and across the globe. And unfortunately, these climate events continue to happen, and they continue to essentially validate the risks, the issue, the challenges, and the need to take action. And we're seeing that in the States right now, obviously, with the wildfires and hurricane season in the Gulf. So time is of the essence, and we'll continue to talk about this and again, raise awareness and hopefully move the conversation forward so that we can be on a level playing field with our international partners and start to address the issue with clarity and certainty.
Well, thank you so much to all my panelists. And I think that final word, time is of the essence, really resonates with all of us. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining this session of the Bloomberg Green Festival, and I do hope you enjoyed the discussion. Thank you again to our speakers and moderators for making the time to join us and for their insight. And a huge thank you to our festival founding partner, JLL, for supporting today's event. Most of all, a big thank you to you, our audience, for being such a terrific and engaged audience. And we do hope you'll join us for more sessions of the Bloomberg Green Festival. Remember, it continues until Friday, September 18th. Our next session looks at ways we can rethink our world and make it more sustainable. That's coming up soon. But remember, for more climate news and data-driven insights from Bloomberg's global newsroom, you can visit bloomberg.com/green. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching.
warming world will mean there is less water to go around, and that is going to put huge stress on the mechanisms by which water is allocated and shared.
Our family's been here about 80 years. The river is everything. It always has been. I've never seen it look like this. It's a desert.
It's no longer something hypothetical. It's no longer something that we can worry about in the future. It's happening right now.
Hello and welcome. I'm Malika Kapoor, Deputy Global Editor at Bloomberg Live. On behalf of Bloomberg, I am so pleased to welcome you to this day 3 of the Bloomberg Green Festival. The topic of this next session is Rethinking a Sustainable World. And we're going to get to that in just a minute. But first of all, I'd like to thank our festival founding partner, JLL, for helping making this virtual event possible. And to help set the stage for these conversations, I'd like to introduce Neil Murray, Global CEO, Corporate Solutions at JLL.
Today, organizations are held to a higher standard by their employees, customers, investors, and communities. It's no longer acceptable to simply do less bad. Instead, they must actively do good, contributing to a more fair, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient society. The unprecedented disruption and challenges caused by the global COVID-19 pandemic have only accelerated this momentum. And it's now apparent that recovery does not just mean a return to the way things used to be. True recovery means a transition to a next normal that delivers long-term economic, social, and environmental value. More than ever, forward-looking leaders are focused on building resiliency into their organizations. And in today's interconnected, interdependent world, resiliency means helping people, businesses, the planet, and society as a whole thrive for the long term. The built environment is estimated to account for more than 40% of global energy consumption and for approximately 1/3 of the world's carbon emissions. So the way we build and manage real estate can have a tremendous impact. In fact, at JLL, we believe real estate can actually help save the planet. We have a responsibility to chart a path forward that creates a better environment and stronger communities. To that end, we've established our own science-based targets. We're committed to cutting our own carbon emissions by almost 70% by 2034 and making all of our offices certified as sustainable by 2030. And we're not stopping there. Our clients are property owners and occupiers of all types in nearly every market and industry around the world, and 96% of them have stated sustainability goals. They're looking to prioritize the health and safety of those who use their spaces, reduce operating costs and make smarter capital decisions, improve their overall resiliency, ensure their compliance to standards, and improve their ability to measure and report their progress. With expertise in green energy to green finance, we're helping our clients create responsible and resilient buildings with net zero environmental impact through scalable, replicable, integrated energy and sustainability programs. We're investing significantly in an end-to-end suite of products, from sustainability strategy and reporting to building assessments and optimization to clean energy sourcing. And we're making a real difference for our clients and our planet, helping a global bank, for example, save 88 million through smart energy solutions. A healthcare system creates solar-powered hospitals. A tech company power their headquarters with 100% renewable energy. A retailer tackle their carbon emissions in 15 countries and target becoming net positive. And a luxury beachside hotel eradicate diesel and generate its own power. The opportunity to shape the future of real estate for a better world is in front of us. And JLL is playing our part to make it a more healthy, sustainable future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Neil Murray, Global CEO, Corporate Solutions at JLL. Now, before we get started, I just have a couple of housekeeping announcements to ensure you can enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, just try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions during the interviews, and we really hope you do. We'd love this to be as interactive as possible. And while we probably won't get to all of you, we will do our best to get to as many of you as we can. So to submit a question, just click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. And if you note your name and location, we will give you a shout out. We are active on social media. Do join the conversation there using the hashtag #BloombergGreen. And now, onto our program. I'd like to welcome my colleague, John Freher.
Good morning. Welcome to our panel on Rethinking a Sustainable World. My name is John Freher, Senior Executive Editor at Bloomberg. The COVID pandemic has shifted priorities globally and upended the plans of almost every major business in the world. In this solution session, we'll talk with some of the world's leading sustainability experts about how COVID has changed the sustainability agenda and their thinking about climate change. How are their priorities changing, and what opportunities, solutions, and challenges do they see for the future? With me to discuss these themes are Ezgi Barsanas, Global Vice President of Sustainability at AB InBev, Barry Parkin, Chief Procurement and Sustainability Officer at Mars, and Mindy Luber, CEO and President at Ceres, a nonprofit that seeks to mobilize the most influential investors and companies to tackle challenges like climate change, water scarcity, and pollution. So Ezgi, let me start with you. Your executives, I'm sure, like executives all over the world, have been dealing with unprecedented challenges this year as they see the impact of the economic crash on their businesses. How much of a challenge has it been for you making sure that your CEO and executives in the C-suite are also keeping their eye on the medium to long-term sustainability agenda, while also at the same time dealing with this incredible crisis that they're facing?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, and thanks for having me on this panel today. So as you said, we're all facing unprecedented times. Over 6 months later, it still feels unprecedented, and around the world, we are feeling the challenges everywhere. At AB InBev, as the leading brewer, we've got operations across nearly 50 markets around the world, and we're feeling it in our value chain and in our communities. But we continue to learn and adopt. And we remain as committed to sustainable development and inclusive economic growth as ever, because our products rely on healthy environments and thriving communities. And now more so than ever, we need both of those. And while we may have shifted our focus on short-term actions to ensure safety and well-being of our employees and our communities, we're looking, our eyes are on the horizon so that we can take those learnings and build into the future. And we make sure that, we're continuing to inform and influence with these learnings our long-term vision and our efforts so that we can continue to build for resilience and business continuity. So for us, while we may have shifted priorities early on to ensure some short-term actions, we're very much still focused on the future and that long-term mindset.
And is this a conversation that sometimes you found, difficult to have with senior executives, in the sense that, obviously they're trying to work on a million things and in the middle of this crisis? Have you experienced? I mean, I can only imagine when you sort of try to sit down with your executives, pointing out these long-term challenges. There must be some people who say, "Come on, this isn't the time. We've got this massive crisis to deal with. What are you talking about here?" How do you deal with that sort of reaction, if indeed you get it?
We're actually fortunate at ABI that we don't get it. I think much like Mars, and Barry can speak to this as well, sustainability is truly integrated into our business. It sits within our procurement function, procurement organization. So our sustainability efforts are really truly all about ensuring that supply security, that business continuity, and the value chain resilience. So ultimately they make business sense. So that's why we haven't received any of the, any expected backlash that you may think. Yeah.
And Barry, how have you experienced it? Is it the same way at Mars? When again you're sort of having these conversations with the C-suite, are there people? Do you actually have to spend any time persuading people that no, actually this is as important? This medium to long-term sustainability push is as important as this immediate crisis that we're dealing with as a company.
Yeah. I think arguably it's helped. What everybody was focused on in the first weeks and months was, the security of the supply chain, and it got everybody thinking about the supply chain. We've 150 factories around the world, with raw materials and packaging coming from all countries around the world, and so there was this intense focus on, can we keep running? And probably it was a huge education opportunity for many of our general managers and senior execs about what was really going on in these supply chains. So as we looked at those supply chains, we were super focused on where's the weakest link, and sometimes that was far away, right at the start of the value chain, and with an agricultural business, often it was a conversation about the farmers, and are the farmers going to be able to harvest the crop, or are the farmers what condition state is the farming communities in? Sometimes nearer, in fact. Sometimes it was about processing in the developed world. We're in the pet food business, and we buy meat, animal proteins from meat processing plants, and you all saw the issues that was in the developed world in meat processing plants. So it was a really intense conversation about where's the weakest link in your supply chain, which is the essence of sustainability, frankly. So as we sought to understand that, then it was a case of what do we need to do now and what do we need to do later. But I've also got an example outside of the company. We're doing a lot of work to build coalitions of action on different sustainability topics. And one that I've been working on a lot in the last months is on plastic waste. And, we've been bringing together the 30 or 40 companies to work on that issue through the Consumer Goods Forum, and having regular discussions with the CEOs of those 30 or 40 businesses. And I think it's actually been easier to get CEO time the last 6 months than it was before. And it's somewhat ironic, isn't it? They're all managing major crisis. But maybe it's the fact that they've not been traveling so much and have had time to think and reflect on this. So I think it's been easier to get CEO time in the last 6 months.
And do you think it's easier now than might have been, say, 10 years ago? Do you think this, obviously the sustainability agenda has been with us, has been gathering momentum, especially in the last few years? Do you think it's easier to get people's attention now than it would have been, after the last financial crisis?
I think for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And, more and more companies are trying to, find their unique purpose, and sustainability is often at the heart of that. Within our company, we've spent a lot of time with our stakeholders, our shareholders. It's a private company, but in defining how we want to set up for the next 100 years of the company. And we've developed this compass, which is our version of a balanced scorecard, where we are putting equal emphasis on financial and non-financial targets. And we've launched that in the last 6 months. So, we've continued to sort of set the business up. And there's some really interesting stuff going on around that, whereas we're trying to pivot executive remuneration from just focused on financials to also non-financial targets. So, we've got executive bonuses tied to our greenhouse gas footprint, our extended Scope 3 greenhouse gas footprint now. And so, we're trying to put those sort of foundations in place for the future.
Yes, that's an interesting, important point, which I'll get back to later on in the conversation. But Mindy, I'd like to turn to you now on a similar sort of question. How have you noticed how has the conversation changed? You and your organization obviously spent a lot of time talking to banks, trying to get them to change their behavior, trying to get them to think about what they invest in, try perhaps to think about how they can invest in a more sustainable way. And of course, going into this crisis, there was a lot of talk from some of the big banks about cutting back on investments in fossil fuels. etc. Is your experience similar to Ezgi and Barry in the sense that, even though banks have been dealing with a whole multitude of crises since the COVID crash happened, do you still feel that commitment to the sustainability agenda is as strong as it was 6 months ago?
I'm going to answer a few of your questions. And we work with about 120 companies and 180 investors. And the companies are in all sectors of the economy. The first answer is, compared to 10 years ago, when sustainability was seen as something cute, you might deal with, but really not part of the core business, we've come a million miles. Companies really get, or at least the largest companies, publicly traded, public-facing, leadership companies like Mars, like my colleagues, that addressing sustainability is part of addressing profits and making a business and being a successful company. So we've come an enormous way. At the very beginning of COVID, I'd say the first 2 months, there was a slowdown in activity on sustainability. Mm-hmm. Everybody in the world was getting their bearings, literally everybody, business people, investors, consumers. But I would say it came back pretty quickly. And what the it is the emergence of passion and imperative to act on climate change, on water shortages, and other things. And COVID was an interesting lesson. COVID showed us what systemic risk looks like when you have something the size of the pandemic and how it has disrupted human lives, resources, our economy. It was the perfect example, and not a good one to be sure, to say climate change will be worse and will disrupt our system in multiple ways the way COVID has. And getting in front of it and acting before rather than after is quite important. And I want to say one other thing. Climate change is not a medium-term and long-term problem anymore. I wish it were. It's today. I mean, for any of us who turn our TVs on or pick up the newspaper or read it online, the western part of the United States right now is on fire, literally on fire. Washington State, Oregon, California are seeing fires unlike anything, caused by climate-related impacts, both the temperature and the dryness, and we haven't even begun to get on top of it. And so I think finally, and it will never be enough, but finally it's sinking in that addressing climate change and other sustainability imperatives are a matter for now, for yesterday, for last week, certainly for tomorrow, and we can't put it off any longer. Putting it off just makes the problem worse. If we have 3 states on fire now, some of our largest states, we'll have 10. We have hurricanes that are about to hit some of our southern states, including Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, or Florida and Louisiana. All of those are made worse by climate. So I think the imperative and understanding to act is greater now. We're finding more interest at the board level, corporate boards, at the CEO level, and full integration into what companies do and the goals that they set.
Can you think of just it's obviously it's very useful, I think, for our viewers to sort of grapple with these issues in terms of concrete examples. Can you think of some concrete examples from the last 3 or 4 months that underscore to you just how COVID is rather than actually distracting people from the importance of the issues that you're talking about, has actually made them more focused and that show how they're actually acting on this?
Sure. And here's a couple of examples, and they're very different. First, corporate examples. The number of companies who are stepping up and saying, we will get to net zero emissions, not by 2050, which more was the accepted number even last year. It's now 2040. That's the challenge. Amazon's challenging other companies. Apple is setting up to do this. Microsoft is, certainly my colleagues on this call. The goals that are being set with very clear metrics on how to reach those goals are coming far more fast and furious than ever before. So we've probably seen 20 companies in the last 3 months step up further on climate than they might have in the past. But another implication is the world's going to see about 10 or 12 trillion dollars, that's trillion with a T, coming into our economy. people are looking at it as a way to mitigate or deal with the systemic harm from COVID. How do we rebuild our economy? Part of that money will go to make people whole, make sure restaurants, small businesses, medium businesses don't shut down. But part of that money in the United States alone, we'll see about $2 trillion go to infrastructure. That $2 trillion, that's money that didn't exist in any of our economies. It's money that's largely being printed by our Federal Reserves, by our banks. If we have $2 trillion in the United States that is being put into the economy, we could either build back better in a way that moves away from a fossil fuel past, or we could stay in the negative way we've been. And I think what we are seeing in terms of the companies we work with, companies like Mars, companies like so many others that are joining us in the climate policy debate and saying we have got to make sure that the mass majority of the kind of build back better money goes into clean technology, goes into smart climate practices and policy. And we're seeing more and more companies calling for that and calling for a price on carbon. So the energy, the emergency nature is greater. It's greater because COVID showed us how serious systemic shocks to our system is, and because we're witnessing, regrettably, every single day what's going on. Just as one example, today on the West Coast, where people can't leave their homes because of the forest fires and the ash outside, and day looks like darkness when they look out their windows. Climate change is with us now. It's real today. And hopefully we will learn that acting before it gets worse is a lot better than waiting until it gets worse and worse and worse.
Absolutely. Essia, let me get back to you. We heard from Barry there about some of the concrete, very specific conversations that have been happening at Mars since this crisis started. How, in some ways, it made his job in some ways slightly easier in terms of getting his message across. Can you tell us a little bit about, some concrete measures that AB InBev has introduced or that you've managed to push through over the last 6 months, perhaps as a result of this crisis?
Yeah, absolutely. So, for us at AB InBev, our sustainability goals have never been more relevant than ever before. And if I can give a couple of them as examples, these are 2025 targets. We're looking to have 100% of our farmers to be skilled, connected, and financially empowered. Another one of our commitments is to have 100% of our products to be in packaging that is returnable or made from majority recycled content. The reason why I'm giving these two examples are these are mainly driven by communities and largely, vulnerable communities on both ends of our value chain, the smallholder farming communities on one hand and the recycling supply chain, the recycling communities on the other hand. And we have always put, that farmer-centric approach or that, the waste picker at the middle of our efforts as we're looking to bring, the recycled materials back into our products. But we have not really imagined how the programs we're putting in place and the relationships we're building are actually ensuring that resilience, without us even noticing. If I can give a specific example, some of the ways that we continue to support the farmers, because we put in place the remote programs, we were able to offer them health and safety trainings remotely. We were able to provide them with agronomic advice at the time when they needed it, when it was very critical for that crop management. Or, we were able to offer them access to better information, whether it's through radio or SMS, as opposed to meeting them in person because we couldn't. Other ways that, we were there for the farmers were ensuring that the buying sites were open and operating efficiently and safely so that we can continue to purchase, right? So that their livelihoods are not impacted, so that they can still have access to credit and inputs. And I think these are ways that, we established these programs, but a lot of them were done either in person or we were starting to put in place the remote mechanisms. And all of a sudden during the pandemic, we realized how critical these programs were, not only to ensure, that supply security, but to also ensure that community resilience. Ultimately, we're living and working in these communities, in these neighborhoods. So that's one end. The other end of the value chain, as I mentioned, the recycling communities, in many markets around the world, waste management and recycling services were not deemed as essential. So all of a sudden we saw these supply chains really disappear. So, we're working with our close partners in many markets around the world to ensure that they continue to operate, that they continue to have a livelihood, but also that we're managing that post-consumer waste, and we're ensuring that it goes back into one of our facilities or suppliers as opposed to, a landfill. So, a lot of these conversations are taking place, and I think now, again, more so than ever before, they feel more business critical. They were already business critical, but now the perception is that, yes, these are urgent. Yes, these are very much needed. Yes, these are material risks to our business. As Mindy mentioned, these are not initiatives that are siloed or standalone. These are actually truly integrated into the business and how we think about our role in society and how we want to be that engine for good. So those would be a couple of specific examples.
Mm-hmm. Barry, perhaps a question to you. So a lot of the things we're talking about relate to the S part of ESG. So obviously the E part being environment and climate, but a lot of this is the S and I guess the G of ESG. The E part of ESG is relatively easy to measure. It's mostly emissions. It's pretty easy to empirically measure it. But as the S and the G parts of ESG become more important, come into the front seat along with the E part, how do you guys actually go around measuring your progress on a lot of these issues? Because again, these initiatives, sound great, but in finance and in the corporate world, we love to reduce everything down to a spreadsheet. Investors love to be able to see. Your investors love to see everything on a spreadsheet. How much of a challenge is it capturing this data and boiling it down into that sort of format that investors can digest, and indeed your customers can digest?
I think it's extremely challenging, and as you say, on the environment, the protocols around greenhouse gases have been established for quite a while. We can all measure in the same way our footprints and how we're doing. I think on the social side, that is not the case, and so we've to a certain extent we've all been working it out for ourselves, and there isn't yet a consensus. The way we've thought about it, we're an agricultural company, and the vast majority of our impacts, risks, and opportunities are upstream of us in farming, and a lot of people. So we have about 1 million farmers that supply us around the globe, and some of those are the most vulnerable people in the world. Smallholder farmers, extremely challenged and vulnerable. So we've set the goal of making a difference to 1 million people's lives, and we're tracking that, and it is one of the shareholders and the board's key metrics. So we said we're going to make a material significant difference to 1 million people's lives in the first 10 years of our work, and we're plowing through that, and it comes through freeing people from human rights issues. It comes from improving working practices in factories upstream of us, and to a large extent, it comes from changing the income. Smallholder farmers, in many cases, we need to double or triple their income to get to a living income, and so this is not trivial work. We're looking to transform supply chains to do that, re-engineering supply chains to get the farmers at the start of our value chain more of the value from that value chain, and we're measuring that as we go. So I guess the short answer is we're having to measure ourselves, and that must make it incredibly difficult for the investment community to measure the S component, frankly. And I think there's a lot more work to do on that. I think the G part is a little bit easier. There's plenty of rating agencies that can measure your governance in a way. So I really do think it's the S that's the hardest part here, and there isn't yet a consensus on how to do that really well.
Mindy, do you agree with that? And how do we reach a consensus? How far away are we from that?
Yeah, and maybe we reach a consensus, maybe we don't. Meaning there are so many issues, we've got to get on top of the ones that are most material to particular businesses. What's important to Mars or may not be important to Levi Strauss. But a few things, and again, I certainly agree with not only agree with what my colleagues have said, but admire the steps they've taken for change. But on the S, little harder for sure, and there are multiple environmental issues under E. But on the S, how do people pay their employees? What are their wages? For people who are worrying about, as we just heard, what their farmers are making, and can they live and exist on the salary? That's a very clear S issue, and that may be whether you pay minimum wage in the United States or whether you're worrying about those in your supply chain and whether they're able to feed their children. Either way, it should be measurable, and people want to work for and buy from and be part of companies that are starting to address it. And it's human rights. What kind of practices do companies have? What kind of diversity? In the world that we're living in, regrettably, while the fires burn, the world of racism has just reminded us of how far we need to go. The expectations for companies has doubled, tripled, quadrupled since May. They truly are. Almost every large company is talking about how they're adding to their diversity team and who should be on their board. And they ought to be, and they need to be. We need to better represent the world around us. And I think corporations are out there trying to do just that. So you certainly could look at, what does the board of a corporation look like? Is it all white males who are 65 and 75 years old? Not that I have anything against those people, but where's the diversity of women, of people of color? And that is one way that you could rate boards. We offer courses through business school and law school on integrating climate and sustainability at the board level. The interest has quadrupled over the last year in terms of boards understanding their need to be more diverse, their need to set goals on sustainability and on human rights. And they're trying to figure out how to do that. And I agree, there's no perfect formula for any of these things, but people are now watching in a different way, including the owners, the investors of publicly traded companies. So whether the S is about human rights or making sure you'll never have traffic in your supply chain, children who are 11 years old sewing your products. We need to make sure that the large companies have standards and practices that assure that. And the companies on the show absolutely do. But you'd be surprised how much of that still exists. That too is part of what the S looks like. And we could go on and on. I wish there weren't so many S issues, but regrettably there are.
Yeah, if I can,
yeah, as you,
I was just going to add it.
yes.
Yeah, I was just going to add in there, if I can weigh in, I think one thing to note is that questions from investors are becoming a lot more thoughtful. They're way more action oriented, less of the check the box approach, and I think there is this growing awareness of greenwashing as well, which is, for sustainability professionals like ours who are really trying to create that local impact, it's really encouraging to see their engagement, their sophistication. So I just want to give a shout out there as well that, yes, the strongest focus is still on E. Yes, there is a growing interest in S, especially around human rights and D&I topics. And G, yes, there are many measures that can be taken into account, but the questions are really becoming a lot more thoughtful and forward-looking. And I think that's where the opportunity is for companies to continue to focus on material issues.
Got it. Well, unfortunately, we need to wrap up very soon, but I'm going to give you all one last very quick fire question. And I'll ask each of you in turn to give me, in this time of crisis, to give me and to give the audience one big reason to be optimistic, and also to very briefly talk about your biggest concern, your biggest worry right now. So Eshki, I'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. So I think we have many reasons to believe. I think what this pandemic has shown us, we still have very strong tailwinds. So let's remember that. I think the crisis is opening many doors for us to learn to be agile, to be flexible, to continue to invest in technology, but also in relationships and improving that transparency. So that we can continue to redefine how we do business, how we engage with our colleagues, with our partners, and local authorities. So I think for me, the time is to lean in right now, and we'll continue to do that. But we have many reasons to believe.
Biggest challenge, biggest worry?
I think the biggest challenge is, seizing the opportunity, like making sure that we're really capturing and we're benefiting from those strong tailwinds right now, and keeping the eye on long-term horizon.
Barry?
I think that keeping it macro, the thing that I find the biggest opportunity is just look at how we've all adapted in the last 6 months. I haven't been in an office in 6 months, and nor have any of my colleagues, and yet our businesses are running just fine. So we can adapt in a crisis. The problem we've got, I'll turn to the problem, is the world doesn't. The majority of the world doesn't yet see climate and these other things as a crisis. And so the problem, what worries me is we'll realize it's a crisis too late. But we are hugely adaptable if we can get aligned and work together on this stuff. And we've all seen that in the last 6 months.
Thank you. And Mindy, I'll give you the I'll give you
quickly. I think COVID has shown us what we can do as well as what we can't do, and I think has energized us around the knowledge that a problem shouldn't be addressed after the fact, that we've got to act sooner rather than later. We could have avoided hundreds of thousands of deaths, or at least tens of thousands, and that we ought not to let happen again. A mistake, unfortunate and grave. So I think the response of learning what happens when systemic risk hits us is that people don't want that to happen again, and they're starting to act, and they're starting to see climate with the same immediacy. The downside is, even with all that we're seeing, and I am seeing extraordinary change every day from large companies and the investors we work with, it's got to be faster. It is all about pace and scale as we move forward to address sustainability issues. And it's about good business. This is not about hurting business, but it is about acting sooner rather than later.
Well said. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you so much for joining me today. That was a really stimulating and interesting conversation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Chris Rouser, and I'm the editorial director of Bloomberg Pursuits, which is Bloomberg's lifestyle, luxury, and culture vertical. We cover food and wine and travel and fashion and cars and real estate and the arts, basically all the fun stuff. And sustainability is a big part of what we do because your lifestyle is where you can choose to prioritize the environment and our future in a meaningful way. I want to thank everyone for tuning into our panel on the new sustainable reality. You just heard from 3 very big companies who are making big strides in the sustainability space. And now we're going to hear what it's like from the front lines of invention and innovation. I'm here to bring together 3 really fascinating founders. These are people who are leading 3 very different startups, which are addressing the sustainability space and natural products in really different ways. I'm here with Sarah Paiji-Yu, the CEO and founder of Blueland, which is a direct-to-consumer brand that sells innovative, earth-friendly cleaning products that come in refillable containers. We also have Thomas Jonas, the CEO of Nature's Find, which is a new meat alternative, a protein which is basically from outer space, and I will let him explain that to you. And Dr. Christian Edwards is here. She's the founder of Black and Green, which is a marketplace that showcases natural beauty and wellness products from Black-owned companies. So let's get started. Dr. Christian, could you introduce yourself and tell us the story of Black and Green? What is it and how did you come to start it?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Dr. Kristen Edwards. I have a doctorate in public health. And during my research and my studies, I read an article that the products marketed to Black women are more toxic than products marketed to anyone else. And when I found this out, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so awful. Around the same time me learning about the products marketed to Black women are more toxic, I also read the book called Our Black Year. And in that book, I talked about the economic importance of supporting Black-owned brands. So I went on a personal journey to try to buy as many natural products as I could and as many Black-owned products as I could. So I had a long list of all these different brands and different products I was using. Some worked great, some didn't work at all. It was test and trial. And one day I was talking to my husband. I was like, oh my gosh, it would be so amazing. There was a marketplace called Black and Green, and I could just go and get everything that was Black and Green. That would be so amazing. And he looked at me like, why don't you just start it? And so that's where Black and Green was born.
And Thomas, I want to hear the story of Nature's Find. How did it start, and what does it aim to do, and when are you going to launch? Tell us about it.
So Nature Fund is a food company for optimists. We started as a research project for NASA. And the goal of this initial research was to try to figure out a very simple question, which is, where does life come from? And how could life have evolved in a very different environment than planet Earth? And that way took us on a journey trying to figure out how life could get organized in an environment that doesn't look at all like the one we typically lived in. So what we did is we went to study a very different environment than the one we live in on a daily basis, fortunately for us all. It's the acidic volcanic springs of Yellowstone National Park. And in this acidic volcanic spring, you have pH that are equivalent to your car battery level of acidity. So it's an extraordinarily challenging environment. And what we looked at is how nature evolved there, how it adapted, our life learned to do more with less, which is a tremendously relevant lesson for us today as a species. One of the things we're going to have to learn in the next decades is how do we do more with less? And we discovered an unknown microbe that had evolved and adapted across many, 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 many thousands and probably millions of years in this very unique environment. And it had become tremendously efficient, and tremendously efficient at doing one thing in particular, which was building itself and thereby building protein. So we invented, leveraging the unique capabilities of these organisms, we invented a novel fermentation process, an air-liquid interface fermentation that enables us to create a new protein source that we can then use to make all sorts of food. So you mentioned meat, but we can also do dairy products and a bunch of other things. It's tremendously versatile. It's completely natural. It's a native organism. It is just a different type of agriculture, if you will, than the one we are familiar with. We're farming a microbe. So we will be bringing next year to the market our first product. The source of protein is called Phi, and it's a new nutritional fungi protein that we're looking forward to share with the world. And it's very, very efficient. It uses a fraction of the resources.
It sounds so amazing, and we're going to get more into how you make it and where you make it because it's really fascinating. And Sarah, now tell us about Blue Land and what it offers to consumers.
Yeah, so Blue Land is on a mission to eliminate single-use plastic packaging, and we're starting with cleaning products. So we sell all of our products as part of a refillable system. So for example, our cleaning sprays and our liquid hand soap actually come with a set of beautiful, reusable, durable bottles and these refill tablets that are about the size of a quarter that come packaged in paper. And so when you run out of cleaning spray or you run out of hand soap, instead of going out and buying another plastic bottle of solution that may be 90% plus water, instead you take one of our bottles, you fill it up with warm to hot water, you drop in one of our tablets, and at the end of a few minutes, you have a full bottle of cleaning solution.
And can you tell us a little bit about how you came into the idea for Blue Land and got into sustainability yourself? You have a great background in startups and you're an entrepreneur. Would just love to hear about your story to get to where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. So my journey to founding Blue Land actually started when I became a new mom. I breastfed my son for 11 months exclusively. It's like one of the hardest things I've ever done. And so when I was finally transitioning him to baby formula, very stereotypical first mom style, I took that decision very seriously. I was doing a ton of research around even what kind of water I should use to mix with his baby formula. And at that point, I was open, I was like, should I use bottled water? Should I use tap water? And I was horrified to learn that regardless of whatever drinking water you use, that our drinking water contains, hundreds of pieces of microplastics. And that was the first time for me that I started to really connect the dots between all this plastic that we're consuming as a society and how it's ending up in our waterways and our oceans, and how it's showing up, back in our food supply and the water we drink and the water that I was using to make my son's baby formula. And so at that point, I just, made a personal decision as a consumer to really just cut back on my single-use plastic. But it was a really interesting journey because as well-intentioned as I was, I just realized it's everywhere. Everything seemed to come packaged in just one way, in single-use plastic, whether it was ketchup or lotion or, again, window glass cleaner. And yeah, that's how, I came upon this idea of, given that I have sort of the serial entrepreneurial background, I realized that I could have such greater impact beyond my own personal consumption if I could find a way to give other consumers more choice.
And I'd love to hear just really quickly. So we were, hearing from big, huge consumer brands earlier who were trying to put new systems in place for existing infrastructure. What you had to do was literally invent chemistry, get machines that never existed. Can you just run us really quickly through the kind of stuff that you had to fabricate and find to make your product happen?
Yeah, absolutely. I love to tell people that, given that I'm a chemist and that I could bring something like this that had never existed before, for example, a cleaning tablet that you dilute with water, that means that anyone can really do anything. We dreamed up the idea for these hand soap and cleaning tablets, and everyone pretty much told us, like, look, there's a reason why these products just simply don't exist on the market. But, I was just so excited and, wouldn't take no for an answer. And so, to start, we reached out to about 40 different cleaning products manufacturers. And that's typically where you start as a startup. Most startups don't start by owning their own manufacturing. They typically work with an outside supplier or contract manufacturer. And, all the ones that we reached out to thought we were crazy because they were like, don't you know that these products are typically liquid and we don't even own tablet machinery? And in fact, most of our ingredients actually come to us as liquid. So you would have to reverse engineer all of that. And if you really want to do this, you need to come with your own formulation, which means you need a chemist. And so at that point, not being a chemist, my co-founder and I are both not chemists. We were in search for a chemist that could help us with this. And we had no chemists in our network. And so we simply turned to LinkedIn, and we still have our spreadsheet of hundreds of chemists that we had sort of filed away. And we were really looking for the sweet spot as someone that had deep industry cleaning products experience, but also had experience with dry formulations. And ultimately, we got the person that was our first choice. He was formerly director of formulation at Method, which is one of the largest non-toxic cleaning brands in the world. And incidentally, prior to his experience in cleaning, he was actually working in nutritional supplements. So vitamins, probiotics, et cetera. And so we checked sort of those boxes, and then we had to go find a manufacturer, and we got really creative. We spoke with, again, vitamins manufacturers, candy manufacturers, people that had tablet machinery experience with tablets. And ultimately, we ended up having to even purchase a lot of our own machinery to support the operations, which again isn't typical, but was the only way we were going to make this happen. And it's just, that's just sort of one anecdote to like many that I have that just kind of show that while, sustainability has become of, great and increased interest to the consumer, on the supply chain side, there is still a lot of work to be done to, really enable more sustainable products.
I have a question from the audience, and I think this is a great one to start with, Christian. The audience question is, are you seeing more engagement and sales due to all the recent news, Black Lives Matter, wildfires, hurricanes, politics? Is there a sense that the current summer of 2020, the big crazy year we're having, is driving consumer behavior? And Christian, your company is very much of the moment, supporting Black-owned businesses and taking better care of ourselves through natural products are like really top of mind. Can you tell us about your communication strategy and how are you growing your audience through your marketing?
Yeah, we have definitely seen an increase because of the current everything that's happening in the world. And so we are constantly trying to communicate the importance of health, the importance of Black-owned brands, and how all this connects together. We have definitely seen an increase of the people who are interested in our product and our brand. And so we're trying to be very clear about what does healthy mean. How do you figure out if a product is toxic or not? How do you understand ingredients? Why is that important? And why supporting Black companies is important. So as our audience has changed, we have tried to change our message to try to answer their questions.
Yeah, and you can just be, you've told me you can just be very straightforward about what you do because it's naturally what people are interested in. They want to learn more and you can help educate them, which is so cool.
Exactly.
Thomas, speaking of being of the moment, when I first spoke to you, I made the mistake of saying that Nature's Find was entering a crowded field, and you argued that the world of protein alternatives is wide open and the market has really far to grow. So can you share with us some of the statistics that show how big you think your market could be?
Yes. So and actually my answer to you is to say that saying today that the market is crowded and it's pretty much a done deal would be the equivalent of sitting together in the 90s and saying that Nokia and Ericsson would have owned the mobile phone market. So I think we are really at the very, very beginning of this protein transition. And the meat market overall is about between 1.5 and 2 trillion. It's going to be between 1.5 and $2 trillion by the end of this decade. And today there is a fraction of a percent of that has converted to protein alternative. On the other hand, if you look at the meat market in the US, today, in this year, the meat alternative will represent about 15% of milk. So there is tremendous growth potential for the category. And depending on who you listen to, UBS is saying this is going to be an $85 billion market by the end of the decade. Barclay is betting on a higher number than that, or around 140. So there is, my expectation is actually that it's going to be higher than that, because I think what we're seeing is a trend that today is not fully taking into consideration the drastic generational change that we're seeing. And Generation Z are saying at close to 50% that they intend to buy significantly less meat in the future. And today, when you survey the general population, you don't see it as much. So I think we'll see tremendous growth in the sector. We'll see many new solutions come. I think at the end of the day, a lot of the technology, there's going to be some technology progress that will be required, and we are excited to be part of this technology revolution that reveals nature and enables nature to deliver to us without us harming nature, which I think is absolutely essential.
One thing that I'm curious from all of you, we see a lot of studies that say that people will make purchase decisions based on, they'll take sustainability into an account when choosing between two products. But when there's a big price difference, that goes out the window, or that consideration goes out the window. And Thomas, when you think about pricing, how important is it to you guys in your plan to have a price, a competitive price or a cheaper price as you enter the market to gain your clientele?
So I think it's very important. I think when you look at protein, at the end of the day, it will turn out to be a very much a commodity market. But there are a couple of things that are very, very important as well, which are taste profile and which are, of course, the health attributes of the product. So I think especially when people look at food, they are very interested. It tastes good. Nobody wants their food to taste anything but good. So flavor remains a key attribute. Health in the food category is also very, very important part of how people make their purchasing decision. And again, what we are seeing is that environmental concern becomes rapidly more and more relevant. And I think what we need to do as an industry is we need to be able to put on the table at price parity, if not a better price, products that hit the mark on these criteria that are very relevant, but also on sustainability and beat the current offer on sustainability. So our technology enables us to use a fraction of the resources. So we use 99% less land. We use almost 90% less water. we emit 99% fewer greenhouse gas emission. And our facility here in Chicago, which is located literally in the old meatpacking district, in the old Chicago stockyard, when it will be fully running, will be producing as much hamburger, if you will, as what you could get out of 15 acres of grazing land. So that efficiency, that technological efficiency, enables to really take the cost down. Fundamentally, it's very much about the efficiency at the end of the day.
Sarah, you told me that you had, and it didn't surprise me, a huge spike in interest right at the beginning of the pandemic back in March. And I'm curious where you see, how you see that changing people's perspectives on your category, and B, I wanna know how far you think we are away from a world in which everyone is using sustainable cleaning products and reusable cleaning products. Like I think I said, I guess 20 years away, and you think it might actually be sooner.
Yeah, definitely. So, unsurprisingly, COVID, drove an incredible surge in sales. We actually saw a 300% surge in sales pretty much overnight when COVID made landfall here in the US. And then at that point, our team was kind of wondering, would that be a one-time spike or would that continue? And, that the growth has continued sort of month over month since that initial spike. And it's interesting because we originally chose cleaning products because it's historically a very low interest category. People will switch from brand to brand. People aren't very channel loyal. And so it was a good place to get people into sort of a new behavior and into a new product versus like a deodorant or toothpaste or shampoo where people have very strong preferences. But again, overnight, all of a sudden, it became a category of very high interest. People were very interested in, washing their hands properly, washing their hands often, cleaning down their surfaces. And so there was a lot of opportunity for us, especially as a direct-to-consumer brand, to pivot and really provide that education that people were looking for. But it was also challenging. Like, despite the surge in sales that we'd seen, we saw, incredible operational challenges throughout our supply chain, as many other companies have. And at the same time, we had to slow down our operations really to protect our people. So instituting things like split shifts in our warehouse, which actually, slowed us down to like half the capacity that we were before. We really pulled back on a lot of our marketing efforts as well, because we wanted to make sure that we were serving, the customers that were coming to us sort of appropriately, so before attracting even more demand. But I think, this period, this whole year has been one of great change, great behavioral change. And initially, I wasn't sure whether, climate change and this incredible focus of plastic pollution that we had such great momentum around, especially end of 2019, if that was all taking a backseat to COVID. But I really don't think that's the case. I mean, even a recent Mintel report that I saw, it just came out, I think, last month. It was incredible to see the first time in the history of the survey, people were citing environmental health is the main reason they were opting for non-toxic products, non-toxic cleaning products, and not human safety. And that is a huge milestone. And, that's just sort of one of many reasons that I do believe that we're at a tipping point at this moment. The consumer, it's around us, like the hurricanes, the fires in California. People are realizing that it's come to a point of urgency, and, we all need to play our part. And so, I am hopeful and optimistic that, that this is hitting the mainstream and that we are just, 5 to 10 years away from, this really being the new standard and the new norm.
That is a great note to end on. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I'm just so grateful for you guys coming. These are really fascinating companies, and I encourage all of you to learn more about them. So thank you to Thomas, Sarah, and Christian for joining us. Again, thank you everybody for coming.
Thank you all for joining this session of the Bloomberg Green Festival, and I do hope you enjoyed the conversations. Thanks again to all our speakers and moderators for a wonderful program, and a huge thank you once again to our festival founding partner, JLL, for supporting today's event. Most of all, a big thank you to you for being such an engaged audience. And we look forward to having you join us for many more sessions, many more upcoming sessions of the Bloomberg Green Festival, which continues until Friday, September 18th. Our next session focuses on inspiring and powerful shout-out sessions with green thought leaders, including Nico Rosberg, Dr. Jane Goodall, Sundar Pichai, Robert Redford, Sting, and more. Of course, you definitely do want to tune in for that. And remember, for more climate news and data-driven insights from Bloomberg's global newsroom, you can visit bloomberg.com/green. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching.
warming world will mean there is less water to go around, and that is going to put huge stress on the mechanisms by which water is allocated and shared.
Our family's been here about 80 years. The river is everything. It always has been. I've never seen it look like this. It's a desert.
It's no longer something hypothetical. It's no longer something that we can worry about in the future. It's happening right now.
Hello, I'm Malika Kapoor, Deputy Global Editor at Bloomberg Live. On behalf of Bloomberg, I am so pleased to welcome you to this, the third day of the Bloomberg Green Festival. The topic of this next session is coalition building for climate action. We're going to get to that very quickly, but first of all, I'd like to thank our festival founding partner, Amazon, for helping making this virtual event possible. And before we get started, I have just a couple of housekeeping announcements to ensure you can all enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, just try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions during the interviews, and we really hope you do. We want this to be as interactive as possible. And while we probably won't get to all of you, we will do our best to get to as many of you as we can. So to submit a question, please click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. If you include your name and your location, we will give you a shout out. Do join us on social media. We are active there, and you can join the conversation. Just use the hashtag Bloomberg Green. Okay, let's get started. And I'd like to introduce my colleague, Bloomberg television anchor Alex Steele, who will be moderating this next session.
Thanks so much, Malika. So if you're a company looking for advice on how to navigate climate change, or you're a government who wants to spend billions of dollars going green, or just a concerned citizen who wants to know the real deal on the ground, there truly is just one person that you want to turn to, and that's Christiana Figueres. She's been involved in climate change for about 25 years, and as Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, helped broker the COP21 Paris Agreement in 2015. It was a global promise to limit global warming, and many call this a historic turning point in the fight against climate change. Christiana, it is a sincere pleasure to talk with you. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, Alex. However, I must say, I am gratefully not the only person to talk to. I used to, many decades ago, know almost everyone who was working on climate change. And the good news is I don't know even 1/10 of the number of people who are working on climate change, because there are so many people doing an astonishingly good job. So that's actually very, very good news, that it's no longer just friends and family. It's actually a much larger community that can also be used as a reference. So good news on that one.
So you're not the only one on people's speed dial anymore. Fine. We'll give you that. I would like to get your perspective, though, just before we drill down. The current COVID crisis and the climate change crisis. Can you tell me how you look at them and how they're similar?
Yeah, they're similar in some ways. They're different in others. They are, let me start with the similarities. First of all, I hope one lesson that we're taking from COVID is that science-based policy is better than fictional policy. And when we turn to those who know what they're talking about, we probably do a better job. And that's being shown by all of the countries who have been following their health professional advice on COVID are doing much better. And that should be a lesson learned. for climate change. The other thing that is similar, of course, is that it is a crisis that we perfectly well could have prepared for, because we have known for a while that we would be prone to these pandemics, and we actually didn't prepare properly. Now, how are they different? Well, they are different in the sense that we will eventually find a solution, find a vaccine for COVID, and we will be able to get most of the over most of those effects. But there is no such vaccine for climate change. We're actually already too late to completely avoid climate change. We will be able to skirt away from the worst, but there's no vaccine for climate change. The other thing that is quite different is the scale and the depth of the damage. Yes, in the United States, we will have about 200,000 people dead from COVID probably this year, if not more. But the scale of human misery, premature deaths, economic destruction that can come from unaddressed climate change goes way beyond that, and certainly is something that only gets worse, gets incrementally worse, and will be borne out over quite a few generations. So much longer term and much graver consequences on climate change than on COVID.
Well, also, I'd wonder too that, with COVID, you can deal with your own country and then just lock down your borders, right? You can't really do that with climate change. You need everyone to in some way buy in to help reduce emissions and limit emissions. What do you do to a government that doesn't get it? What do you say to them?
Well, actually, Alex, I would agree with you that you can close your borders or you can close the front door of your own home and be sort of safe for the time being. But this lockdown that we're having, a personal lockdown, economic lockdown, is not something that is sustainable over the long run. We cannot run the global economy in this situation. So in order to get to what I call phase 2, which is normalization of economic activity, we do have to have a global solution that can no longer be pursued by building walls around ourselves or building walls around the countries. Because let's think about it this way. In order for us to be able to get back to commercial trading, to traveling, to all of the interchanges, now international interchanges that we always do, we will have to travel. And if 7 billion people do not have the vaccine, then we're always as exposed as the weakest or most vulnerable person. So the fact is that in phase 2, countries will have to collaborate. And in fact, even the companies that are developing these vaccines will have to collaborate with each other in order to develop the vaccine, in order to produce the numbers that we need, in order to go through all of the admin loops that have to be going to, all the permitting, and most importantly, in order to distribute it fairly to every single human being on this planet. Because if we don't do that, we will still have a hole in the boat. And it's just not true that if anybody is in the boat with one hole, it's just the person sitting next to the hole that's going to sink. We all sink, and that's true for climate as well.
So it's sort of like a dress rehearsal then in terms of working together, but it's still the same question. I mean, even dealing with COVID, there are different countries that have very different understandings and opinions about the disease. So what do you say to countries when it comes to climate change who just don't get it? Who's not willing to spend the money, they don't want to buy in, they don't want to do the work? What do you tell them?
Well, you can hit your head against the wall and make all the arguments on climate that you want. I tend to think, Alex, that without denying anything on the science of climate and on the reality, maybe one way with these countries or leaders or corporations that are being so closed mentally is not to talk to them about climate, but to talk to them about, well, where do you want to go? What is your long-term interest? And find that sweet spot between where they want to go in long term, and with or without climate, frankly, and where we need to go. So let me speak very concretely. Corporations that are still today in 2020 not moving toward incorporating environmental and social and governance issues into their strategies. I don't mean on page 79 of their annual report. I mean front and center into their strategies. Are corporations that will not survive over the next few decades because their customers, citizens of all countries, especially young people whose brains they need to hire, have much higher expectations of corporate responsibility. And so those corporations who want business continuity will have to have business transformation, because those two things come hand in hand. And the same thing goes for governments. So you don't necessarily have to tattoo climate change on people's forehead. You can just sit down and have a rational discussion about where do you want to go? What is the future that you see? And how are we going to pursue that?
So the other question I have is, what kind of policies that you've seen, so as you say, there's a lot of experts now, et cetera. You've been doing this for a long time. What kind of policies actually work, I guess, short, medium, and long term? And I ask that because, at least in the US, a lot of pushback from certain areas is that if you're a coal miner and you shut your coal plant and you open a solar plant, that coal miner loses his job. And that coal miner doesn't necessarily get that solar job, and it's not a quick turnaround. So for them, it's a real significant loss. And at least here in the US, that has led to a lot of difficult lack of transition, really, in certain areas when it comes to climate change. Give me an example of what's good.
Absolutely a very important point that you're making, Alex. If we close our eyes to that reality, we have completely lost the battle here. So what we call a just transition, which is to ensure that no one is left behind, that either to take the coal miners. Coal miners have possibly been living off of the coal industry for 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 generations, and they don't know anything else. That has been their reality. Sadly, if that's true, they have very, very bad health because they will have black lungs from their exposure to this. So many of them, and especially the women in those families to whom I have spoken, are very concerned about their husbands, about their sons continuing in the coal industry because they know where that leads. So you don't close a coal mine just overnight. There are many, many paths. There are many steps that you have to take in rehabilitating and be able to close a coal mine. There are many jobs to be had in closing a coal mine. And here I would like to actually highlight the government of Spain, that I think has done a better job than most other governments in precisely closing coal, because that has been now their promise in order to protect their young generations, but doing so in a very sensitive way where they are creating the jobs that are necessary for those mines and those plants to be closed over time in a safe and permanent way, creating those jobs while they take the young people and retrain them for the new kinds of jobs. So it is a very important component of a smooth transition to be able to bring these people on board into a new reality that is actually going to be healthier for them and will ensure that they will have jobs for a longer period. Because the fact is, Alex, coal is on the demise in the United States, not because of climate change, but just because many other sources, all the renewable energy sources, are cheaper than coal, and because there has been so much automation in the coal industry that there's very little human jobs left. So it is unfair to leave these people stranded. We have to bring them along into the economy of this century.
So whose job is that? Is that the company that runs the coal mine? Is that the government who does that?
I think it's a public-private effort, and that's certainly the way that Spain is doing it. They are working with coal companies in order to first of all, set out the strategy and know exactly how many people are depending on these jobs, where they are, what their skill sets are. And then there is a public-private effort of everyone together in order to be able to move these people into their new opportunities.
What other things have you noticed, like policies from other countries that have really worked? It doesn't have to be with coal miners, but something that has really worked to implement something new, whether it's subsidies or an infrastructure package or dealing with a grid. I mean, what works?
Well, we used to depend on subsidies for renewable energy. That's not necessary anymore. It's not necessary because certainly wind and solar, and especially offshore wind, are now so competitive that they don't need the subsidies anymore. You think about it, a new technology usually needs subsidies in the beginning, but once you get to a certain volume and certain technological development, those costs come down. So subsidies are no longer necessary. What is very interesting, for example, to bring about even more penetration of renewable energy on the global grid, although we're already at 25%, and very excitingly, most of the new power that was added into, and in fact, more than half of the new power that was added in 2019 was either solar or wind. So we're moving in that direction. Why? Because the cost structure is reflecting that we're being able to structure the cost of energy being generated and delivered into the grid such that there is an incentive for clean energy. Also because we're beginning to invest into smart grids and into much better interconnection, which is necessary for efficiency. And thirdly, we're beginning to invest into storage capacities, among them batteries, but not just batteries, other technologies that allow storage so that you can have clean energy 24/7, 365 days, which currently we don't have. But that technology is coming forward. So it's not just about pushing forward a specific technology. It's the whole package. It's the structure. It's how the energy is stored and then delivered at the right moment so that there can be demand response. It's about how it is distributed. We need much better grids. All the grids in the United States are actually quite old and very inefficient. And we should not be wasting energy on inefficient grids. So the fact is there is a complete modernization of the entire energy or electric system that is necessary, and those investments are starting.
Right, so let's get to that because a big part of the European Recovery Fund for COVID, that 750 billion euros, a lot of that's earmarked for clean energy and the green transition. France also unveiling that, Germany unveiling a portion of that. So countries are doing it on their own and then as a whole unit. We also might hear this week from Ursula von der Leyen that we may see ambitious cutting targets emissions for 2030, not 2050. That's a huge difference. It's a 20-year difference for cutting those emissions. If they came to you, and they might have, and said, all right, give me the top 3 things we need to spend the money on and how much we should allocate and what we should do, what would you tell them?
Europe is at a point of maturity with energy generation that they don't need to inject terribly much more there. They're at the point where they are investing into the intelligence of the grid, the interconnection of the grid, and certainly into storage. Now, Europe also, because it's an old continent, is totally inefficient in its homes and buildings. So another very important part that Europe is beginning to do is they're beginning to invest into efficiency, whether it be of their insulation of buildings or efficiency of just the devices that we have at home, because they didn't have that before, and a lot of that is very old. Their electric grids, their infrastructure is very old. So it's fascinating because what they're doing is they are really looking at where do things need to be brought into the 21st century, injecting the capital there, creating those jobs, and building the whole infrastructure and the structure that is necessary, the regulatory structure, the cost structure that is necessary to take everything to do with renewable energy to the next scale.
How quickly should governments move?
Yesterday.
Is there any risk of moving too fast?
No. No matter how fast we move now, we're already moving slowly, honestly. Had we been doing what we're doing now 20 years ago, we would be in a much better position. The fact is that we have delayed so long that we now are really looking into the precipice. And that's why so many of us have been saying that this decade, these these 10 years that we have from 2020 to 2030 are, without exaggeration, the decisive decade in the history of humankind. Because there are many paths toward decarbonizing the global economy. Science has projected, 150 or something like that, different possibility of paths to decarbonization. But every single one of them goes through the eye of one needle. And that needle is halving emissions, 50% cut of current global emissions by 2030 at the latest. So what we have now, we have to cut in half over the next 10 years. Now, if we do that, the exciting thing is we open the door to a world that is so much better than the world that we have now, because it'll be a world where cities don't have contaminated air, they have clean air. So we can save at least 7 million lives per year that we're losing to air pollution. We will have much more energy independent. Every country will be able to produce the energy that it needs. It will not be polluting. It will be right there being produced close to where you need it. We will have efficient transport. None of this ridiculous transport mess that we have right now, particularly in developing countries. And I speak I hear from Costa Rica, beautiful country, but with ridiculous transport. We don't need to be condemned to all of those outmoded technologies that we used to use last century. It's a little bit like condemning us, to the horse and buggy when we already know that there are many other much more advanced modes of transportation. I mean, honestly, to still be using the internal combustion engine in 2020 is the equivalent of, still wanting to go out there and fetch hay for my horse. No, we don't need that. I mean, if you have a horse because you like to ride it, okay, but not as your method of transportation.
Well, I'm sure Elon Musk would probably agree with you on that. So the other thing that I hear, particularly in the US, I don't know how it is in other countries, maybe you can help me with it, is that eventually the consumer pays. So Duke Energy, which is the US's largest electric utility, said, look, we can cut greenhouse gas emissions by more than 70% over the next 15 years, say in North and South Carolina, but it's going to cost you up to $58 a month. And that becomes a problem when someone can't make ends meet. That $58 becomes quite significant. Is that real? How do you deal with it? What do you think?
Well, I haven't looked into those numbers. I did hear that Duke came out with that number, and I haven't scratched the surface of that. But it does seem a little bit difficult for me to understand that, especially because the Goldman School of Public Policy at Berkeley in California recently put out their report saying that the transition to 90% clean energy in the entire United States by 2030, which is what is in Biden's plan, can be done at no increase in cost for customers. And why do I think that logic is actually pretty understandable? Because renewable energy technologies are constantly going down in cost, constantly. Because we're still at the incipient stage of the development of these technologies. And renewable energy now is cheaper than coal, but here's the weird thing. It will never be as expensive as it is now because it continues to drop in price. And so I really, I saw those $58. I just think that's difficult, whether, they are taking into account a whole bunch of investments that maybe are ancillary or pressing themselves into a time frame that doesn't make too much sense. I honestly don't know. It just doesn't jive with all of the other studies that we have seen.
Well, fair. Have other countries done something similar where utilities said, all right, look, we're going like 100% renewable by this time, and they didn't pass cost on? Like, were there mechanisms or business plans that they used that worked?
Well, an example that I would like to bring, not from a utility, but from an oil and gas company, because I think that's pretty impressive, is the BP announcement, British Petroleum, that announced just a month ago, I think on August 4th, if my memory doesn't betray me, they announced that they are going to not drill for 40% of the oil and gas that they own in reserves, that they're going to leave that in the ground, and they're going to be investing much more into renewable energy. Now, here's the fascinating thing about that announcement. The day after the stock price of BP jumped by 7 points. How interesting is that, right? Because you would have thought that shareholders would have been panicking. Wait a minute, this has been our business model for, I don't know, 80, 70 years of that company. And now you're going to change the business model and you're not going to be extracting oil and gas and you're going to be moving over to other energies. What do we know about that? And you would have expected a huge, tanking in the price of the share. Not so. It actually went up. Why? Because investors are really beginning to understand that if they want to protect their asset value that they have invested in all of these companies, they have to move over to the safer assets that are the clean energy assets and away from the ones that they know are polluting locally and globally and are by now stranded assets. So I thought it was a very brave move on the part of BP. And I hear in the halls that they may be coming out with yet another announcement. And when that happens, that's one of the major oil and gas companies of the world. And when one major moves, there is somewhat of a herd mentality. And I think that we're going to see movement on many other oil and gas companies moving in the same direction.
So as we round out the conversation here, you're doing such a good job about moving it forward and staying positive. So I just wanted to get your take on how do you feel today in the climate change conversation than you did, say, 5 years ago? And how do you expect you're going to be feeling in 5 years? Like, what are the things you're going to be thinking about, the conversations you're going to be having?
I think about scale and speed all the time because we're definitely moving in the right direction, but we are not moving forward at the speed that we should or at the scale that we should. So I'm constantly calibrating in my mind scale and speed. Now, I co-host a podcast, Outrage and Optimism, and we have many CEOs that we interview every week from the largest corporations. And what I have been fascinated to see over the past 3 to maybe even 6 months is how these CEOs are no longer thinking, should they transition? They are all grappling with the question of how do I transition? And how do I transition, again, at speed and scale? And they have very, very much incorporated this thinking into their strategy because they know the time for tepid attempts or pilot projects is just completely over. This is the time for audacity in the transformation. And they're really moving forward. Quite impressively. You saw Amazon that put out this climate pledge and said we're going to be climate neutral by 2040. Very impressive for a company that honestly hadn't just a year ago was barely on the climate change scene, had no leadership publicly. They had been doing things internally, but certainly not publicly. And then you have Microsoft and Apple that go 2040, we're going to do it by 2030. And so, you're now beginning to see this very, very interesting competition of the spiral going up because companies are realizing that as soon as they set really ambitious targets and they give incentives to their people to innovate and be creative, just amazing things happen that they had no idea were possible. IKEA is another fantastic example. IKEA wants to be climate positive. Climate positive, that means they're going to be absorbing more carbon than they're emitting. And the leadership there really incentivizing everyone to just think completely, not just out of the box, but without a box, and bringing in all kinds of ingenuity and innovation into their process is just fantastic.
Christiana, that was such a great way to end. I really appreciate your optimism. Christiana Figueres, not the only person anymore on your speed dial when it comes to climate change. Thank you so very much for your time today.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much.
Well, you can't make anything happen unless you have money pouring in from companies to help the transition for climate. Someone told me today on TV that it's CapEx is where it's at. So let's talk to three individuals who are going to put some of that money to work, and CapEx is where it's at for them. Joining me now is Kara Hurst, Chief Sustainability Officer for Amazon. Also, Miguel Viega Pestana, as SVP Corporate Affairs and Sustainability at RB, and also Jim Gowan, Chief Sustainability Officer at Verizon. There is obviously a strategic partnership between all of these companies. And I'd just like to get your take, guys, on kind of how it's been working together, what you've learned, and how COVID has kind of impacted the conversation that you're having in the office and with your peers. And Kara, because you're at Amazon, sort of the leader of that climate pact, I'm going to start with you, Kara.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for having us on. I'm always excited to talk about the climate pledge and certainly our partnership together. So it's really exciting to see companies coming into this level of ambition and committing to net zero carbon by 2040. Working together is the only way that we are going to be able to tackle the climate crisis with urgency and at scale. So we're really excited to have partners like Verizon and RB in the mix, along with others. Mercedes-Benz just joined. So we'll increase that collaboration, we'll increase the ability to drive solutions and work together to identify where we can send those signals to the market that we need products and services to help us decarbonize. And I think we're finding ways to do that together right now, which is really exciting. As for COVID, for us, it has certainly been an incredible year, or one where health and safety of our associates comes first, but has really shown me that, one, we are understanding how we're all interconnected in new ways. We're understanding the health impacts of our air quality and our planet in new ways. And for Amazon specifically, I've been incredibly interested and impressed with how we pivoted so quickly in our operations. And that's really shown me, I think, some interesting ways I think we can continue to pivot and grow to tackle sustainability challenges.
All right, so let's go right down the line for the introductory here. Miguel, how about you?
Well, good day, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here as well. For those of you who actually don't know RB very well, it's also known as Reckitt Benckiser. We're the maker of brands that you may be familiar with, like Lysol and Dettol and Mucinex and Finish and Vanish, and a number of brands that people use every day in their homes, but also are very, very relevant right now in the middle of COVID-19 and the pandemic that we're all confronted with. Our brands have been at the forefront of helping people protect themselves and the ones they love. So has COVID been a major issue for us as a business? Absolutely, because at the heart of everything, it's been about protecting our employees first and foremost, our 42,000 colleagues, keeping them safe and keeping them working, because our factories have continued to produce as much as we possibly can to meet the growing needs and the demand that is out there for those brands. And secondly, of course, it's all been about how do we find ways of partnering and connecting to our key customers and suppliers like Amazon, who are obviously our retail partners to us as well. I guess in terms of the link to the partnership, I think it's really important for us to understand that, as was said by Kara, everything we do in this space, it requires us to look for innovative solutions right through our value chain, upstream and downstream. Everything from the raw materials that we source and the carbon built into those raw materials to the way we produce and manufacture, but also down to the way that we then retail and sell those products to our consumers. And as importantly, how those consumers use those products and brands, and then what it is that happens at the end of life. So we need to find smart new ways of working with partners who look across the value chain. So there's a lot we can learn from each other, but more importantly, there's a lot more that we can do with each other.
Yeah, I was going to say, everyone knows your Lysol wipes now. Everyone has that on like their speed dial for Amazon. Jim, how about you? Verizon, obviously very different from RB. So how do you fit into this partnership, and how has COVID affected that?
Well, first off, Alex, thanks so much. And Kara, this all started because of her. Kara reached out to me and we had an initial conversation, and she had me at a low, as they say. But Verizon, we were so excited about what Amazon was doing with the climate pledge. And at Verizon, we've been on a 10-year sustainability journey. And in the last 18 months, since our new Chief Executive Officer, Han Vestberg, joined us from Sweden, it's gone to a sprint, because he has just changed the entire way we've been thinking about things, starting all the way with our climate neutral pledge by 2035. So it was just a doubling down of that when the climate pledge came and Kara talked to us about joining up. It was a yes, absolutely. How do we get involved? In terms of learning from each other, we're learning every day. That's the best thing about sustainability. I'm talking to competitors this morning on a board call. We currently chair Jesse, Globally Sustainability out of Brussels, with 60 of our competitors around the world, but we're talking in a way that's not competitive. And that's a real game changer. And then when we think about just your comment on COVID has been incredibly impactful. I love the way both of my colleagues there said, they've talked about their employees first. That's absolutely, we think about employees, we think about shareholders, we think about our customers. And that's what, our wireless and wireline services, where I'm at home today, we're bringing that broadband service, and it's so important across the board. And then lastly, your question about how has COVID impacted sustainability specifically, it's been amazing, because just today we announced on the Bloomberg, we're offering our second green bond. Just today, this morning, it went live at 8 a.m. And it's just been, another commitment towards how we want to continue to go on our sustainability journey as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you and the EU coming out today and issuing, and saying they're going to issue a lot of green bonds as well. So there's so much to unpack with this. And Kara, I specifically, what do you do? So like you go up and you call up Miguel, you call up Jim, you say, okay, guys, this is how we're going to move forward. How do you move the needle in a tangible, meaningful way versus what some shareholders and investors get worried is just greenwashing? How do you make the dent?
Yeah, well, when we started with the climate pledge, one of the things that we knew is that if at Amazon, we could really build the systems to deeply understand our environmental impacts, to understand our carbon footprint, to have the information to know what kinds of things we need to do to decarbonize within our operations over time. And with the business as complex as we are in as many industries as we are, we really thought that that could send a very encouraging signal to others. And so not only did we want to commit to decarbonizing our own operations within our fulfillment network, within our products and our services, our cloud computing business, but we wanted to, create this opportunity to work with others and to send those signals. And so that's where the climate pledge was born out of those conversations internally around our level of ambition. And then also, as we thought about the science and what it's telling us in terms of the need to move more urgently, and that the effects of climate change are being seen, in more devastating ways than ever. And so in the way that we do this is that we really are willing to share everything that we're doing, how we're looking at, what this means for us internally, what kinds of operational changes we're making. We come together with other NGO partners like We Mean Business or Ceres to bring together coalitions to talk about our supply chains and our value chains, as James mentioned, and think about what kinds of solutions that we can provide. Not everybody has big teams like ours in our companies and companies of our size. And so we need to share as much as possible. Sustainability is not a competitive thing. We need everyone to come on board with this level of ambition. So I think, I do spend a lot of my time now talking to my colleagues across many different industries and saying it is really, really challenging. And I don't want to underestimate the level of ambition that my colleagues here have taken on. It's incredibly challenging to step into this. But I think that if you are willing to take that leap, willing to say, we know some of how we're going to get there, but not all of it, and we're going to invent together, then the more of us that come into that, the stronger this will be. And so we spend a lot of our time just sharing what we're learning, building coalitions, building partnerships, bringing NGOs in, working with Christiana, who's a phenomenal co-founder of the Pledge and guide for us, and just trying to create that community of learning together and a community of ambition.
I'd love to, there's two things I want to go here, but first I just want to get all of your takes on how much of doing that is dependent on any kind of government policy, no matter what government you're talking about. We can just go down the line for this, and then we can circle back with something else. Kara, you want to just go first on that?
Sure. I mean, we are always working with our partners, regulatory policymakers, government partners. I think governments do a lot to level the playing field. They do a lot to incentivize new technologies. We've certainly seen that in the renewable space with wind and solar to drive cost parity for some of these technologies that we need. And they drive a lot of awareness of these issues as well and availability. For us, I think of the transportation example. When we established the pledge, we made an order for 100,000 electric vehicles. I think it was the largest ever order with a company called Rivian. We need government partners, however, to come together on the infrastructure that's needed to enable the electrification of fleet in that environment. So there are things that we can do as companies and things that will require governments to come together and partner with us.
Yeah, can I jump in on this as well, if I may?
Please, yeah.
Just to say, look, I'd love to have answered the previous question as well, but I can come back to that at another point. But I'll come to the question.
You can do both. We're easy here.
No. I would never do that. I will answer the question I've been tasked to answer now. So let me do that first. Look, I think it's fair to say that all actors have a role in this. That, everyone from governments to business to civil society organizations to all of us as individuals, because a lot of what we are talking about ultimately is about our own individual behaviors and our own willingness to make some of the changes that we need to course correct our lives so that we can live in a more sustainable way as a planet. I think all of us have to sort of take some responsibility, some accountability for our own actions. I think, as Kara said, governments they're the enablers of they create the frameworks, they create the incentives. They have both a carrot and a stick approach. They can apply they can be an accelerator through offering incentives, or they can actually create legal frameworks that stop people from doing things, and that's the stick to enable us to stop doing certain things which have a negative impact on things like climate change. So I think clearly governments have a role. I see the need for governments first and foremost to honour their commitments, the commitments they've already made. There's still a lot of work that we need to do to deliver that. We have a big major conference of parties coming up next year, happens to be in the UK, where I'm based now. That will be a really important moment to reinforce the decisions taken by governments to act. I think there's a sense that we all have that we need some strong signals from government as well. So we certainly look forward to that COP. We're hopeful of a positive outcome there, and we'll do our best to support it as much as we can.
So quick follow on that, and Jim, just be patient with me for 1 second. Miguel, if you don't get the kind of pledges that you want from a government, do you say, okay, like I can't make these changes, or does it just take longer?
No, I think we're all as companies. I mean, all my colleagues we've all said we have our own commitments to address the climate change agenda built into our business model. It's something we're pricing into our business model. So everything we do, we're going to take action irrespective. We think it's so critical. And by the way, our own employees want us to do this. Our consumers and our customers expect it of us. So we will take that action because it's the right thing for us to be doing. Is it important for governments to create the right framework? Of course it's important. It's something that we certainly believe is it's not a prerequisite, but it's certainly going to help accelerate the take-up by others.
All right, Jim. Sorry, thanks for your patience. And then for you, so how pivotal the government is.
Yeah. I'm not going to echo anything both Kara and Miguel said, but obviously, if we sit around and wait for things to be legislated or regulations to be put in place, we wouldn't really move the needle very fast. So to answer your follow-up question there, we don't sit around waiting for legislation. I love Kara's comments on some of the incentives that could be put in place for wind and solar or EV, electric vehicles, but they're not going to be the end game. Either you're committed to it or you're not. The government can certainly help expedite. The government can certainly help build infrastructure. But even, when you're looking at what the EU is doing, what we're doing in Washington, D.C., or even some of the challenges, in Southeast Asia and some of the different countries, if you sit back and purely wait, things aren't going to happen. So, from a Verizon perspective, we've made a commitment. We've made our long-term goals. We have 2025 goals. We have 2030 goals and 2035 goals. And we're going to focus on them, and we're going to keep that constant drumbeat, knowing that we're going to have partners like this who are going to be following right along with us.
So to that point, Jim, and again, I'd love to get your thoughts, all of you on this. I'd love to get perspective on like what's the surprisingly easiest thing that you were able to accomplish, and what was the surprisingly hardest thing you weren't able to accomplish, or you did but it was real hard to get there. And Jim, you can kick it out this time.
Sure. So probably the biggest surprisingly easy thing, but I had no idea, one of those B8 moments, was the employee base. We have over 130,000 employees. Our employees actually got sustainability quicker than the rest of the company. And it started like a groundswell. So we, real novel approach. We have a green team. Well, that green team swelled to 45,000 plus people in 50 countries. And that all of a sudden started changing how you build it into your DNA. And, it's a lot of people like to say that, but that truly to me was the shock. Now the tough part, how do I keep them engaged? How do I keep feeding the beasts, for lack of a better term, because they want more. They want to know, what are we doing? You mentioned in the onset, social unrest and diversity and pay equality. There are so many aspects of sustainability that you really have to have that holistic approach. We have a big commitment on renewable energy. We are by 2050, 50% of our energy, and to run our networks, it's quite a bit, is going to be sourced from renewable energy sources, both on-site and through virtual power purchase agreements. And with that $1 billion green bond we launched today and the one we did in 2019, that's going to help fund that. But that's not the end game. You have to keep a holistic approach. You have to look at all those different aspects there. So, some are easy, but they get tougher as they go along.
Well, was there one thing so specifically that was hard? Like, oh man, I wish that solar panel was really hard to do there. Like, was there something specific like that was surprisingly hard?
Well, surprisingly hard is, I'll just pick on the United States for a second. Every geography has a municipality. Every geography has a public service commission. You have to get all your, rights of way. It's no different than a network build of 5G as we're doing it. It has to be handled on a local level, and it has to be handled on a federal level. But that's what we do, and we do that every day, building our network. So I'm not about to complain about that whatsoever. I just thought it might have been a little easier.
Fair enough. It's COVID. We can complain. It's okay. All right, Miguel, how about you?
Look, I think the answer is similar. I think when we actually this February we launched a new corporate purpose for RB. We talk about being a business that's here to protect, heal, and nurture in the relentless pursuit of a cleaner, healthier world, and that's our core purpose. That's why we exist as a business. And I think what that shows you is a real transition from a company, from a business that actually thinks about the shareholder to a business that thinks about the stakeholder, and a business that also thinks about its role in society and the impact that it can have. And most of the impact that we obviously have is through our brands, but it's also through our value chains. It's right across the business. It's right across everything we do. When we've looked at what our employees and our colleagues think about that, we've got a 90+% positive rating. Everybody has embraced this. It's already feels like it's just part of our everyday DNA. We see people really rallying around and believing that this is the right course of action for us to take as a company. We're also going to be launching up next year. For us, it's going to be a big year because we're going to be launching our 10-year vision of where we want to go from a sustainability point of view. And the critical thing that we've been working on that is, what I found really easy, but we've certainly found that we've been able to have discussions right across the entire business with all our senior leadership teams about how to embed this into the core business. Because why? Because they believe this is going to be a driver of our future growth. And they also see this as something which is going to be key to keeping and attracting talent to come and work at RB. So for us, we see it as kind of fundamental to who we are, but also fundamental to how we're going to grow. So that's been the easy part. If I can give you my 10-second on the hard part.
Please.
I think there's some areas that we still have to make a lot of progress on. We're one of the suppliers to Amazon. And so Amazon sells literally millions of brands and products every day. We are a supplier. Our role is to try and figure out ways in which we can avoid negative impacts of our brands and products, and wherever possible, make a net positive contribution. That's essentially what we're talking about, being net positive in everything we do. We also, like Amazon, we have literally thousands of suppliers. So one of the hard things we're trying to understand is how far down value chain can we go? What can we do to really drive consistency across? At what levels can we engage in? What can we do to keep those suppliers with us, to keep them as part of our journey? So that's a piece we're finding quite hard. And on the other side, it's how do we get people to kind of change behaviors, understand something like carbon is going, we're going to start finding that you're going to see more and more brands talking about their carbon impacts. Well, that's fantastic, but then we also have to get our consumers and people who buy and use our brands every day to understand why that matters and to then behave differently when they use them. So there's lots of work still to do. The exciting thing is we've got great partners to think about how to go about doing that.
And when you talk about your partners, is that like, hey, supply chain, don't use coal for that plant where you're making that thing for me? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, if you say it that way, yes. I mean, you're looking at every kind of key ingredient that you look at and use and source, and ultimately we're looking at them through a lot of different lenses. You look at them through their environmental footprint, so in terms of the water intensity or the footprint in terms of its carbon intensity. These things are going to start to become part of how you look at your raw materials, right? What you really want to do is drive the innovation funnel so you can come up with new ways, new key ingredients, new formulations, new ways that actually green your supply chain. That's also part of why this is so exciting, because it's really getting our people energized. Our R&D teams, our marketing teams, this is something that kind of gives them a ton of energy, and it gives them some sort of opportunities to kind of blue sky think about ways we could do something in a radically different way from the way we've done it in the past. So I see these things as kind of integral, as I said, to how we are going to start to do business in a much more sustainable way going forward.
Interesting. All right, Kara, your turn.
I would certainly echo the piece on employees. We have an ambassador program, which has taken off over the last couple of years. Thousands of people creating chapters all over the world. The ambition and the interest and the energy is there on that front to just embed this in their day-to-day. And I love hearing of all the different things that they think up that we haven't thought about on our teams, that then we can kind of share around the world. And the supply chain as well, a huge challenge in front of us. But I'll give you a very Amazon-specific answer to the sort of challenge and fast-moving wins. On the win side, when we launched the pledge, we time-bound our renewable goal and said we were going to reach 100% renewable energy across our global operations by 2030, which was great and ambitious and an interim goal, as James was talking about, to kind of set some milestones along the way to executing on the pledge. We took a look at that in the beginning of this year and decided that even with our growth, we could go faster. And we have a very high level of ambition. So we moved that goal up to 2025. So now we're going to be 100% renewable by 2025. And I thought, we were moving fast as it was. And then to see that extra level of input and ambition and, energy around that to move the goal up even by 5 years at Amazon was phenomenally exciting and I think motivating internally. One of the things looking back over the last, I've been here 6 years, but this has been going on for a long time at Amazon. But one of the things that took us longer than I anticipated was really challenging was we are a very data-driven company. And I knew that in order to be able to set a very big goal like the climate pledge internally at Amazon, we would have to give our business leaders and operators data and information to thoroughly understand our carbon impacts and our footprint. And that a sort of back of the envelope carbon assessment would not suffice whatsoever. So we built new technologies, we built software, we built a carbon system of record, which really allows us to deep dive and go down to carbon in very granular levels to be able to give operators, even as they're changing their businesses, the information about what is our carbon footprint today. And then as we make business decisions to change potentially delivery modalities or routing optimization or things that we're looking at, what would be the carbon impact of those decisions? So we have this internal carbon system of record that has been very complex to develop. And that took longer than we anticipated, but I think is really the foundation for a lot of our work. So, investing in those kinds of systems and foundational pieces has been an important part of our work, but certainly very, very challenging.
Well, and to pick up on that, Kara, and this brings in like the scope 3 emissions situation. Like, how do you, if I want to buy something from Amazon that's going to make the environment worse, do you sell it? Do you not? Like, how does that conversation evolve at Amazon?
Yeah, well, we're working backwards from our customer and obviously want to offer all the kinds of products and services that they want to see. And we want to, as has been mentioned in some of the other comments, we want to enable sustainability for our customers wherever we can. So we're looking at, new packaging materials that we've invented that are, a fully curbside recyclable mailer. We're lightweighting packaging materials. We're taking waste out. We're doing these things on behalf of the customer. We're making, we have another interim goal called Shipment Zero, which is 50% of all of our shipments net zero carbon by 2030. So that's even a decade earlier. So we're trying to figure out ways that we can do this on behalf of the customer so that they can just come and find what they need and get it in ways, get it quickly, get it undamaged. If you're an enterprise customer or a large company working with AWS, our cloud computing technologies, we want to decarbonize all of our businesses and help you to just do that on behalf of your business. So we see ourselves from that customer obsession point of view, just trying to enable as much as we can.
So we have about 4 minutes left. It's really flew by for me, but I'd be curious to know from all of you kind of the one thing that you need to move to your goals. And that can be from a government point of view, that can mean you need new technology, but something specific that you're going to need to see in the next few years to make your job easier. Anyone? Jim, I'll let you go first this time.
Sure, I'll make it one word, transparency. So, and the reason I say that is because I can put it and point it at every direction. From a government perspective, wherever you are, I'd love to see more transparent conversation about where the government's directions are going. From a internal Verizon perspective, we want to be as transparent as possible, and we've in the last 2 years have done more of that than I have in my 25 years here at Verizon have ever done. With our SASB reporting, our TCFD reporting, which by the way are table stakes in my opinion. They're great because they're showing a whole different industry what you're doing. But most importantly, it's transparency throughout your entire ecosystem, or in my world, running the supply chain, it's end to end. Because I loved Kara's comment on enablement. I mean, our technology, we run the best networks, and we're all about enabling our customers to do more, whether it's skip a trip and remote work or whatever the case may be. So it's how do you create that enablement? But it's not the days of old where you could just say, I've got a great contract with this partner and forget about it. You have to look down their entire ecosystem. You have to look at, how they source their material, where it come from, what is the impact on those areas. And, we started to dive into it with conflict minerals several years ago. It's way beyond that now. So my one word is transparency.
Sounds good. Miguel?
Well, what I love about this is I can steal their words and then add my own. So I love the word transparency. I completely agree. That is really, really essential. But second word is data and the ways that we can enhance the way we measure and evaluate. Because as you look at things like Scope 3, where you're starting to talk about the carbon impacts of brands, this is really getting into a lot of different pieces of a jigsaw that's quite a complex jigsaw, right? So we look at everything all the way upstream, but also we have to keep considering smart ways of trying to understand what it means in the use phase, when a consumer actually uses something, and what does that mean? And this is actually quite hard to do, but data and how we create those analytic tools and those ways of being able to measure consistently across, that's going to be pretty key. And my third word, because Kara was data, Jim was transparency, mine will be innovation. The only way that we're going to do this is if we really look to integrate this right at the core of all the innovation pipeline, and innovation is going to be a critical driver of everything we do. So we're starting that process. We're doing that with every one of our core brands. We have our kind of dashboard, and we're using that as a basis for the next wave of brands that will find their way into the hands of the consumer.
And Kara, round it out for us.
I would say that we need leadership and we need catalytic action. So we need leaders like Miguel and Jim to come forward. We need leaders on the political sphere. We need leaders from our communities around the world. We need leadership for people to come and commit to this. And we need really big thinking about how we are going to make catalytic changes. We are no longer in the time span where we can make incremental changes. We just need to make leaps and bounds, and we need to get behind those changes and really address the climate crisis with urgency. So I just couldn't be happier that, you know, we're starting to see that, certainly from my colleagues here, and we're starting to see all of ours come together and say, this is bigger than us. This is bigger than our individual companies. So it's really exciting.
I really enjoyed the conversation. It's really interesting to see someone, people who are actually doing the work on the ground. Thank you so much. I really appreciated the panel. Kara, Miguel, and Jim, thanks a lot.
Pleasure.
Thank
you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all for joining this session of the Bloomberg Green Festival. I do hope you enjoyed these discussions. And thank you to our speakers and our moderators for a wonderful program, for your time, and for your insight. And a huge thank you to our festival founding partner, Amazon, for supporting today's event. But most of all, a big thank you to you for being such an engaged audience. And we look forward to having you on the upcoming sessions of the Bloomberg Green Festival, which, remember, it continues until Friday, September 18th. Our next session focuses on science, data, and insights. And remember, for more climate news and data-driven insights from Bloomberg's global newsroom, you can visit bloomberg.com/green. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching.
warming world will mean there is less water to go around, and that is going to put huge stress on the mechanisms by which water is allocated and shared.
Our family's been here about 80 years. The river is everything. It always has been. I've never seen it look like this. It's a desert.
It's no longer something hypothetical. It's no longer something that we can worry about in the future. It's happening right now.
We're at a crossroads, a pivotal moment in time where we can change the course of history if we take meaningful action now. Because while climate change presents us many challenges, the opportunities might be just as great. We have the opportunity to create a better future. And we can get there sooner than you think if we act together now. The Climate Pledge unites companies from around the globe in building a better world. All companies that sign the pledge commit to net zero carbon by 2040. By agreeing to regular reporting, carbon elimination, and credible offsets, let's make our future the one we choose. Take a leadership position on climate change and learn more about becoming a signatory.
Hello and welcome. I'm Malika Kapoor, Deputy Global Editor at Bloomberg Live. On behalf of Bloomberg, I am so pleased to welcome you to this day 3 of the Bloomberg Green Festival. The topic of this session is Science, Data, and Insights, a conversation with leading scientists in which we'll get their input on what can still be done to mitigate the crisis. But first of all, I'd like to thank our festival's founding partner, Amazon, for helping making this virtual event possible. And before we get started, I just have a couple of housekeeping announcements just to make sure you can all enjoy the program. If you experience any issues with audio or video quality, just try to refresh your browser, or you can use the chat box in the bottom right corner of your screen for support. You will be able to submit questions during the interviews and the sessions, and we really encourage you to do that. We hope to make this as interactive as possible. And while we're probably not going to get to each and every one of you, we will do our best to get to as many of you as possible. So to submit a question, just click open the white tab on the right-hand side of the video window and submit your question. Do include your name and your location so we can give you a shout out. We are active on social media and we encourage you to join the conversation there. Please use the hashtag, it's hashtag Bloomberg Green. Okay? Let's get started now, and I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Aaron Rutkoff, Executive Editor of Bloomberg Green, who will be moderating the next session.
Hello, I'm Aaron Rutkoff. I'm the Executive Editor of Bloomberg Green, and I'm here today with Dr. Michael Mann, the Distinguished Professor of Atmospheric Sciences at Penn State University, and I'm really glad we could have someone like Dr. Mann here to talk to us at Bloomberg Green's first live event. Dr. Mann is not only one of the United States' most accomplished climate scientists, but he's probably been one of the most attacked over the years. He's documented his experience as both a scientist and a communicator to policymakers and the public in his books, the next of which is coming out in January. It's called The New Climate War, The Fight to Take Back Our Planet. He's also recently been elected to the National Academy of Sciences. He got his start measuring a millennium's worth of global temperature data from tree rings. And like I said, he's for years been one of the go-to people that Congress brings in to answer questions about climate change. And so now I'd like to just jump right in by asking Dr. Mann, if you could, to discuss what we're seeing right now, or what we have been seeing for the past couple of weeks on the west coast of the United States with the wildfires there. It seems it's finally cleared up today. But I think for many people, what we've been witnessing has been worse than many people expected, even people who take seriously the threat of climate change. So what should we be learning from what we've seen on the West Coast over the past couple of weeks?
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. It's great to be here with you, and thanks to the Bloomberg operation for making this conversation possible. So, you know, it is a very interesting time to be having this conversation because we are literally watching the impacts of climate change play out in real time on our television screens, in our newspaper headlines and our social media feeds, whether it's these wildfires out west, which are part of a pattern. They haven't happened in isolation. We have seen unusual warmth and drought in that region, and there has been a trend in that direction for decades. There has been an increase of nearly five-fold in the area of fire burned every year out west in the western United States. And we know that that is associated with warmer and drier conditions that are caused by climate change. I actually saw the same thing happen earlier this year when I was on sabbatical down in Australia, and they too were witnessing unprecedented heat and drought. And it's, you know, it's not rocket science. You take unprecedented heat, you combine it with unprecedented drought, you're going to have a lot more fuel for these sorts of wildfires. And that's what we're seeing play out. And ironically, as that is playing out on the West Coast, we have yet another landfalling hurricane that is just making landfall now. It is likely to lead to record flooding in parts of the Gulf Coast because of how slow moving it is, how warm those waters are, which means there's more moisture in the atmosphere. You put that all together and you get these more devastating hurricanes during what is likely to be the most active hurricane season on record. And we wouldn't be seeing any of this if not for human-caused climate change.
So I want to invite anybody who has questions for Dr. Mann to use the live event app, and I'll be sure to ask him those as we continue. My first question to you is, when we're seeing fires at a scale like this that are so much bigger even than the large fires we saw in 2018, what should we expect to see in terms of the impact on carbon dioxide levels? Is this going to meaningfully change what had up to now been a somewhat lower year for emissions as a result of the pandemic?
Well, it's probably not enough to make much of a dent in those global carbon emissions. But nonetheless, you know, in those bushfires earlier this year in Australia, Australia tripled their carbon emissions for the year. The bushfires released twice as much carbon as all of fossil fuel burning in Australia for that entire year. And these wildfires out west right now are releasing similar amounts of carbon into the atmosphere. And so it certainly doesn't help. And if you look at the projections, as subtropical regions, large parts of North America, Eurasia, Australia get drier and hotter, we expect more of these massive wildfires. We expect more wildfires in places like the Amazon. And ultimately, that will start to play a role. It will lead to even greater accumulation of carbon pollution in the atmosphere. We call it a positive feedback. But that's not a good thing. It's not like the positive feedback you get from your boss for doing a good job. It's an amplifying effect. It means you get even more carbon in the atmosphere, so you get even more warming, and it begins this vicious cycle. More warming and more drying means more wildfires and so on. So it is alarming that we're seeing this at this early, a point in sort of our climate evolution. The climate models that we use to project the future didn't see us being this far along with many of these impacts so early. And what it tells us is that we do have a crisis on our hands.
Does the fact that we're seeing an impact like this ahead of schedule, ahead of what models might have forecast previously, does it call into question some of the solutions that people have galvanized around? One of the big ones that's talked about from everyone from the IPCC to people at Davos is planting trees. I mean, does a hotter, drier future with this kind of tendency towards big burnings raise questions about whether tree planting programs can work?
Yeah, thanks for asking that, Aaron. And this is sort of, there's an extensive discussion of this very matter in my new book, in the New Climate War, in the context of sort of techno fixes and various solutions that have been promoted. The most obvious solution is to stop what's creating this problem, the burning of fossil fuels for transportation, energy, et cetera. And yet we seem to be a society that is always preoccupied with sort of techno fixes, technical solutions. And one of them that really isn't so technical, right, is just planting lots of trees, massive reforestation and afforestation, taking regions that weren't forested and making them forested. And, if you crunch the numbers, at best, that would make a bit of a dent in our carbon emissions, maybe reduce them by 30%. So we could uptake maybe enough carbon to reduce current carbon emissions by about 30%. that means that 70% of that carbon would still be accumulating in the atmosphere and warming the planet. We've got to get to zero emissions. And so reforestation, afforestation, sort of natural carbon burial methods can help at the margins. But none of that is going to make any difference if we don't reduce our burning of fossil fuels, if we don't stem this problem at its source.
So on the broader question of where we are in the schedule of what kind of climate impacts we expect to see, I was wondering if you could answer for us. You know, it's often a question I'm asked at how far along we are in terms of global average warming. Are we at below 1 degree, around 1 degree? And I think a lot of people experience this as a kind of ticking clock, since we are now aiming to keep warming below 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees. So if when you're asked the question where we are right now, what answer do you give people?
Yeah, so my co-authors and I actually published some work related to that question a few years ago. And what we argued is that the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which puts out these major international climate reports every 5 years, they represent sort of the consensus of the world's scientists, although consensus is sort of a bottom line, it's a common denominator. And often those reports are fairly conservative in their assumptions. And we argued that the report was being too conservative in how it measured the warming that has happened so far. They sort of take as their baseline the late 1800s. That's as far back as the thermometer records go, at least at a global scale. But we know that we were already warming the planet for at least a century earlier than that, from burning, deforestation, and the burning of fossil fuels. And so to really get a true pre-industrial baseline, you've got to go back further. You've got to go back into the 1700s. And there are ways to do that with sort of the sparser temperature data that are available, or using climate models where we can, reconstruct, the precise change in climate that we would expect given the factors at play. And those methods suggest that we're probably more than what the IPCC says. IPCC says we're about 1 to 1.1 degree Celsius warming of the planet roughly thus far. We're probably closer to 1.2. Now that sounds like we're sort of, debating small details, but it makes a huge difference if we're trying to keep warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's a little less than 3 degrees Fahrenheit. And we've already warmed not 1, but 1.2. Means there's even less wiggle room, only 0.3 degrees Celsius to work with. And if you crunch the numbers, that means we might have as much as 50% less carbon left to burn to keep us under that warming limit. So it has some pretty profound implications for how quickly and how much we have to reduce our carbon emissions over the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years.
A question from the audience now about things that impact warming. The question is if the new solar cycle is going to influence global heating and what we can expect from that.
Yeah, so again, it is an area of the science where I've done a fair amount of research, published a number of articles looking at the impact of changes in solar output on climate. And with these small but measurable changes in the brightness of the sun from one decade to the next, or even one century to the next, we find that those changes can lead to a 0.1, maybe a 0.2 degrees Celsius change in global temperature. And what we're looking at right now is an order of magnitude larger than that. We're at 1.2, headed towards 2, 3, 4 if we don't get our fossil fuel burning under control. And so those are tiny changes. In fact, a colleague of mine, Stefan Rahmstorf, a leading scientist from Germany, published an article a few years ago where they showed the effect at a grand solar minimum. If we saw a very substantial decrease, 0.5%, but for solar variations that's large, as we saw back in a period during the early 1600s that's called the Maunder minimum, when there were no sunspots observed, and when we think solar output was reduced a fair amount, maybe as much as 0.5%, which is pretty large. If you look at the effect that sort of phenomenon would have today if we had another grand solar minimum, and you plot that on the temperature projections that follow from continued fossil fuel burning, the solar effect is just a small blip you can barely see. It's completely dwarfed by the warming caused by the burning of fossil fuels. So it's real, it's measurable. It can have a more substantial impact on regional climate patterns because we think it can actually change the behavior of the jet stream. The reduction in solar output can actually change the pattern of the jet stream that, for example, gives you a cold winter in Europe like we saw during the Little Ice Age very often. Those regional effects can be larger, but global temperature changes, it's dwarfed by the warming caused by us, by fossil fuel burning.
So when we think about how close we are getting to some of the targets that we've set out in the Paris Accords or the IPCC, like the 1.5 target, in your book, you talk about having to address people who have taken on, who believe in climate change, but also have absorbed a sense of almost defeatism. At one point, you write about climate champions who portray catastrophe as a fiat accompli. So how do you as a communicator walk that fine line between communicating urgency, but that they're, you know, as I understand your writing, you argue there's plenty of time left for us to be making positive change. So how do you strike that right balance between those two positions?
Thanks. It's a great question. And I would just qualify it. I'm not sure plenty of time. We've got to get going now if we're going to, accomplish this task. And so there's sort of a dual messaging when I talk about the climate crisis. And it consists of really two words, urgency and agency. There is great urgency. I didn't go through the numbers, but the precise numbers, but basically we've got to reduce our carbon emissions by a factor of 2 within the next decade if we are going to limit warming below that dangerous 1.5 degrees Celsius, roughly 3 degree Fahrenheit warming level. That requires a substantial reduction in fossil fuel burning. It's going to require very bold climate policies. And maybe we'll see that in a not too distant future here in the United States. We have an upcoming election. Depending on the direction that election goes, we could actually see some fairly bold climate policy at the presidential and the congressional level over the next few years. And we can still reduce carbon emissions enough to avert a catastrophic warming, again, of more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. But that window of opportunity is shrinking, and we really need to act now. And so one of the threats, in my view, as we move away from outright denialism of climate change, there's still some of that. Our president essentially just denied the impacts of human-caused climate change, the role that they're having, for example, with these wildfires just the other day. He also even seemed to literally call into question human-caused climate change itself. There's a little bit of that, a residual denialism, but mostly we've seen sort of the forces of delay and inaction move on from outright denial because the impacts are just too obvious to the person on the street. We can see them out our window. We know something's happening. So instead, it's, well, it's, yeah, it may be happening, but it's not going to be that bad. Or, there are other ways to accomplish climate, mitigation, planting trees, et cetera, sort of distracting us from the true systemic solutions, or fomenting doom and gloom. There are, people of goodwill who are honestly very discouraged and depressed about climate change. That's very understandable. Unfortunately, they've been weaponized. The forces of inaction have exploited that and played on that by sort of leading people down this path of despair and despondency that essentially ends up arriving at the same location as outright denial. If you really believe it's too late to do anything about this problem, it leads you down the same path of inaction as outright denial of climate change. So it's a real threat right now. I would argue it's as much a threat as outright climate change denial. And there are polls that back that up. There are polls that suggest that more people are not bullish on climate action because they think it's too late to do anything than are not supportive of climate action because they think it's not happening.
So let's fast forward now and assume that we're facing in January a changed political posture in the United States. As someone who's often brought in to speak to Congress about how to understand climate change and what the policy response should be, what would you want to see in a first 100 days if we were dealing with a Washington, D.C. that was approaching climate action with a sense of drive and purpose?
Yeah, thanks. First thing I'd like to see would be a friendlier reception for those testimonies. But no, in fact, we're already moving that direction. The House of Representatives, the current Democratic-controlled House of Representatives, has had a number of very substantial and productive hearings over the past few years about climate change and climate action. In the first 100 days, I would like to see an agenda where, both houses of Congress, the House Democrats have their climate plan. It's a bold plan. The the Senate Democrats now have their own climate plan. It's a bold plan. The Democratic presidential candidate, Joe Biden, has a bold climate plan. But the plans aren't identical. And they support sort of different avenues, different approaches. So we're going to need to sort of take the best ideas from each of those plans and find common ground so that we can push forward meaningful climate policy within the first 100 days. We need to see action immediately. This is not a problem that allows for further delay. We have lost too much ground over the last 4 years simply because of the inaction on the part of the Trump administration and, in fact, the dismantling of climate-friendly policies by the Trump administration. So we have to stop the hemorrhaging, and then we have to move forward quickly because we're 4 years further down the road. And just saying, oh, we're going to maintain our commitments to Paris isn't enough. We've got to go well beyond those Paris commitments now, us and the rest of the world, if we're going to avert catastrophic warming of this planet.
So one question that I think you often get asked and that I would love to hear you address for the audience is, given the urgency that you express and the amount of time that we have left, I think as I read you, you take a sort of dim view of calls for individual action, that we can make changes that are meaningful on the scale of the climate problem simply by changing some part of our consumer behavior. What's your advice to people who want to engage with this? Is there anything beyond voting for a particular candidate that can make a difference at the individual level?
Yeah, thanks. No, I would definitely, I want to be as clear as possible on this. Individual action is important, and we should all do those things that we can do to minimize our environmental and our climate footprint. Many of those things save us money, they make us healthier. They set a great example for our friends, family, other people. So there's just so many good reasons to do that. What we can't allow is sort of this industry-funded deflection campaign that attempts to make us think that that is the solution, that that's the only thing that we need, that it's all about individual behavioral change. No, individual behavioral change is important, but there's no way we will achieve the reductions in carbon emissions we need without decarbonizing our economy. And we as individuals can't do that. We need politicians who are willing to support policies that, price carbon, that provide incentives for renewable energy, so we level the playing field in the energy marketplace, that encourage all of those behaviors that many of us would take anyways, but some people won't if the right incentives aren't in place. We have to make it easier for everybody to make the right decisions, everybody to be carbon friendly or climate friendlier in their behavior. And the only way you really get that is through systemic change and policies that encourage that. So we need both. We need individual behavioral change, but it has to be fostered and incentivized by policy, by climate policy at the national level and at the international level.
I wonder if you consider what might happen should Trump win in November. What would that do for people like you who are in the role of recommending climate policy or communicating about the problem that we're facing when we would see a return of a president who, as you expressed, often seems to deny that this is happening?
Yeah, well, I think in that event, extraplanetary exploration will become ever more important. We will need to find another planet. I don't think this one can survive another 4 years of Donald Trump. And I've said that before, and I'll say it again. And I literally believe that when it comes to the greatest crisis we face, we have been able to withstand with some damage to our efforts to address the climate crisis. We've been able to withstand 4 years, but I don't think we or this world can withstand another 4 years of Trump's policies of outsourcing environmental policy to the polluters and is sabotaging international climate agreements by threatening to pull out and collaborating with other petrostates to sabotage international climate policy. We can't allow for another 4 years of that. And so I don't even want to think about that scenario. It's not a scenario any of us should consider acceptable. It is essential. And look, don't just listen to me. Scientific American, which is our most prestigious scientific publication in this country, for 175 years has never taken a partisan political position on a presidential election. But yesterday they came out for Joe Biden because they recognize the fundamental threat that another 4 years of Trumpism would pose to civilization writ large, but to the pressing problems we face, whether it be coronavirus or the even larger looming crisis, climate change.
So we have just a few minutes left, and I want to try to make sure we leave it in a somewhat less grim and more optimistic place. So I guess I would love to know, against the backdrop of, the very active Atlantic hurricane season, the storms on the West Coast, the permafrost melting, and the record temperatures we've seen, I wonder if you think and if there's any ways we can see progress now over, say, when you first introduced the hockey stick graph or you first began working? Is there any way that our understanding or our policy approach to dealing with climate change has improved from your early days in this field?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the good news. And I do want us to close in talking about the reasons that I am cautiously optimistic. First of all, I do think the election will go in the right direction. I do think we will have a much more a favorable political atmosphere a year from now, less than a year from now, for climate action here in the United States. And that sets the stage for global climate action, because everybody's looking to the United States for leadership, and we need to provide that. And I think we'll be in a position to do that. But it's the kids, it's the youth climate movement, it's Greta Thunberg and the other children, millions of them who've been marching in the streets, striking from school to raise awareness for a problem that literally threatens their future. And I think that they have recentered this conversation where it needs to be. It's not just about science and policy and politics and economics. It's about ethics. What sort of world do we want to leave behind for our children and grandchildren? Now, look, we've gone through some important tipping points, not the scary climate tipping points that we fear, but societal tipping points of the good kind in recent years. On marriage equality, I think we're going through one right now on racial equality. I think we're going through a societal tipping point where there's a fundamental shift in how we view matters of racial justice and racial equality. And because of that, I'm confident that we could be very close to having a similar moment on climate change, crossing that tipping point in the public consciousness and demanding accountability of our policymakers and having policymakers in place who will be willing to act on this problem. So for all of those reasons, despite how bad things might look out the window when you look at the western U.S. is on fire and the eastern U.S. is bombarded by superstorms, and we have a climate change denying president. Despite all of that, I actually think that a few months from now, we might be in a much better place. And there still really is the agency. There's the urgency, but there is the agency. There is the opportunity to solve this problem in time.
Now, looking back at your career involved in climate communication and the attacks that you've endured, which are similar to some of the young activists you cite are now enduring, do you have advice for the rising generation of climate leadership and how to deal with the kind of assault you've been under? And I'm particularly curious if anything about how you've communicated has changed in the decades since your email communication was hacked, which almost seems like a forerunner to a lot of the email hackings we saw in the last presidential election. So what's your advice to people who are just entering the fray?
Yeah, I mean, I would give them advice, but I don't think they need much. I think the children are leading the way right now, and they're gutsy, and they're not afraid to speak truth to power, and they've got thick skins, and they're not getting intimidated. Again, it's part of why I'm so, cautiously optimistic. But what I would say was, be true to your ideals. Don't worry about, yes, you'll be attacked if you speak truth to power. Grow a thick skin, recognize you're part of a large group, and there are a lot of supporters out there who are willing to help you, and that's true today in the scientific community in a way that it wasn't when I first got started. The scientific community really has recognized the importance of providing support and protection for scientists who are willing to speak truth to power and who are willing to get into the fray when it comes to larger conversations about policy relevant science. There's so much support now today, and there's so much engagement. Young folks no longer have an obstacle to engaging the larger public. You can, there's no longer the sorts of hurdles that we used to have. You've got social media. You can speak directly to people. People are growing up in an environment where communication is a natural extension of how we lead our lives. And that's leading to a generation of scientists that is not afraid to get into the fray. And that's part of why I'm encouraged. I do think we will win this battle because we've got truth on our side, scientific truth on our side, and we've got a lot of gutsy people out there now who are willing to fight the good fight.
In your book, you trace some of the disinformation that you've had to address throughout your time as a climate scientist and communicator to the oil industry itself, and I've, that's been written about extensively. When you look at the oil companies now who are coming out with these plans, like BP this week, saying that oil demand has peaked and they're going to slash 1 billion barrels of production while increasing the renewable output dramatically, do you react to that with skepticism? Do you see them as kind of part of the good fight now? How should we read oil companies in this moment?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I like to think of them as energy companies. They have to see themselves as energy companies. If you're going to survive in the 21st century, you have to recognize that the age of fossil fuels is going to come to an end. And those companies that embrace that and realize that if they get out ahead on renewable energy, on the renewable energy transition, they're going to be the leaders in the future. And some companies, some energy companies or formerly oil companies, of course, BP, British Petroleum, for a time was calling themselves Beyond Petroleum back in the 2000s. And that was when they were trying to move in this direction. Then we had the Gulf oil spill. It was BP's fault, and they sort of lost any street cred that they might have had as being the environmental oil company. Now they're talking a good game once again, but we have to measure them by their actions, and we have to hold them accountable. And policy is the way to do that. Sure, it's great that they're saying good things, but we are going to need governmental policies that force energy companies to do the right thing, that put in place the incentives that will naturally lead them in the direction that we know we need to go, the decarbonization of our energy and transportation and societal infrastructure, and embracing green, renewable, clean, climate-friendly energy. That's the solution, and we have to make sure that energy producers are willing to be part of the solution rather than continuing to be part of the problem.
Well, Dr. Mann, I thank you so much for making the time to speak with us today. I want to remind people that his new book is coming out in January called The New Climate War. And really, thank you so much for being part of our first event. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
I am now delighted to introduce two very special guests for this session of the Bloomberg Green Festival. Two people who are really passionate about fighting climate change and who are really committed to creating a cleaner, greener world. So please join me in welcoming Nigel Topping, COP26 high-level champion for climate action, and Lindsay Levin, co-founder TED Countdown and CEO Leaders Quest. Thank you so much for joining us. Lindsay, I'm going to come to you first. We're all still reeling from the pandemic, and I wanted to ask you, what has been the impact of COVID on climate change?
Well, thank you, Malika, and it's a real pleasure to be here with you all. Like every other facet of life, pretty much, everybody's plans have had to change. So for a start, the UN conference has moved out a year. The whole plan for what we're doing in Countdown has had to change and transform and actually in many ways become more ambitious. But at the top level, I would say that we're all reeling from these incredible stresses and strains and, huge financial challenges for business, for cities, for governments, for individual citizens. And in many ways, that sort of bodes well for an issue like, bodes badly rather for an issue like climate change. But I actually think that it's really, in many ways, caused people to just pause and take stock of what is going on in the world. You know, we have people wearing masks for a virus. We have people wearing masks because of pollution from wildfires. The realization of what it means to be out of sync with nature, I think, is profound. And so I actually feel obviously very alarmed about where the world's at, but also encouraged that there's a real taking stock. And I see in the business community, the finance community, a different level of awareness and of readiness to step up to the immense challenge of leading the kind of change that we need.
Yeah, there is much more of an urgency towards it now, it seems. And Nigel, I want to come to you and just talk about what we're seeing in the world right now. I mean, the fires in California, that's one example of climate change. But at the same time, over the last couple of months, so many people have talked about how the pandemic has been good for the planet because, air travel is down, factories have been shut, and in many countries you're seeing peacocks wandering on the street. So is this a real turning point, do you think, for the world when it comes to fighting climate change?
Well, I think we should be careful not to celebrate some of the negative consequences of the pandemic in terms of economic shutdown almost. So the fact that we have empty streets and not flying, for example, we should be careful not to celebrate those. I do think that it's causing people to realize that we don't have to do everything the way we used to do it. So I think there's definitely an increased awareness of how delightful it is to be able to breathe clean air in cities. Yes. I do think many of us, myself included, who seem to spend an awful lot of their time traveling around to meetings all around the world, have realized that we don't, we can reach in many ways more people and have better conversations sometimes by using this kind of technology. So I think it's mixed. I think that we know that a lot of the economic changes will just bounce back. So shut factories, for example. I mean, I don't want factories to stay shut, right? Because that means people out of work. So we need to find a way to keep the economy going. And as many have talked about building back better or a clean, resilient recovery. So yes, we're learning something from the change, but we must be careful not just to wish ourselves towards sort of negative consequences of some of those things continuing.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's not feasible to have factories shut forever. We all have to get back to work and economies have to grow. So we have to find a balance between those two parallel tracks. Now, y'all are both very committed to the race to zero. But for our viewers who are tuning in from around the world, let's just get some context. And can you explain to us what exactly is Countdown and the race to zero? Lindsay, I'll let you take that first.
Sure. Let me start with TED Countdown. So Countdown is an attempt to bring together every citizen in the world who wants to engage in addressing the incredible crisis that is the climate crisis. We've done that by forming a really big collaboration with TED. People know what I mean by TED Talks, the power of TED storytelling, positive storytelling, celebrating stories from all over the world and really amplifying messages, with a whole coalition of comprised of my organization and others, Global Optimism, We Mean Business, and many, many others now, to really pursue a journey in the run-up to the UN climate conference that engages people in solutions to climate change. So we're focused on solutions. We start on 10/10/2020, just less than 4 weeks away, with a big global virtual event available free to everybody in the world via YouTube. 5.5 hours of content, so TED Talks, interviews, a real kind of festival of understanding the science and of hearing from voices all over the world and looking at what it will take for us to step up in response to this. And then we have a whole bunch of work planned through next year and summits all over the world next autumn. So, and one of the big things that we're doing in Countdown is to get behind the race to zero. So the idea is to get behind the many, many people all over the world who are already leading change. A central theme for us is that actually between us, we know what we need to do. The issue is getting on and doing it. And so how do we bring attention to the solutions that are out there? How do we bring attention to the changes that we need to lead and that we need to enact as citizens? And show people a really positive, beautiful picture of the future, because, you know, right now this lived reality is very painful and it doesn't need to be like this. And that's part of what we want to communicate to people.
Great. And Nigel, the race to zero.
Yeah, so as Lindsay's described, Countdown's a big collaboration, and so we're delighted to be collaborating with Lindsay and the team. The race to zero. So I should explain my complicated sounding role of high-level climate action champion. It's a role that was created in Paris by the parties to the UN Climate Convention in recognition of the fact that countries alone, national governments alone, cannot solve the climate crisis. We need businesses, we need investors, we need cities, we need states and regions, we need citizens, sports clubs, schools, everybody to commit. So my role is to work with that community. So the Race to Zero is an initiative which I started with my colleague Gonzalo Munoz in June, and it's really a call to everybody who's not a national government to commit their organization getting to zero carbon before 2050 with very concrete steps in the next 5 years to make sure that collectively we at least halve emissions by 2030. So far, we've got nearly 1,000 businesses, nearly 500 cities, investors with over $5 trillion of assets under management, 500 universities, 21 regions who with the cities have over 2.6 billion. So we've got about a third of the world's population covered by net zero commitment. And the idea is by the time we get to Glasgow to just have really built such momentum that it becomes, the sense becomes really inevitable. And the message is sent from the citizens of the businesses of the world to the governments of the world that we understand this is a crisis, we're committed to playing our part, and we're here to help you and to work with you so that governments, businesses and citizens together can solve the crisis.
So you've got the commitment. I mean, that you're off to a great start, commitment from more than 500 cities. But what will this transition actually look like? How do you see that playing out?
Well, I always think of it's in two ways you can answer that question. One, what's the end point look like? So clean air in our cities with electric vehicles and renewable energy and more green space, more livable cities, or the 15-minute city as some people talk about it. There's also particularly for private sector businesses and investors, what's the pathway like is really important as well. And there I think the most important idea is that we've seen industrial disruption many times in the past, and it never happens in a straight line. It always happens exponentially. So just distrust anyone who says things like we're only at 4% electric vehicles. It's the wrong way of thinking about it. The question is, how quickly did we go from 2% to 4%? Because when you go exponential, it's the doubling rate that stays constant. So if we've gone from 2% to 4% in 18 months, then we're probably on that exponential dynamic, which means we'll be at 8% in another 18 months, and then 16%, and then 32%, and then 64%. And before you know it, the whole market's flipped. And everyone who was saying it's only at 4% and so not investing in R&D or not investing in battery technology have fallen behind a complete transformation. So we know that the endpoint will be zero, and we have a pretty good idea of what the technologies will be. The thing that we're really seeing now is that change is happening exponentially. And so my argument always is, if you're not joining the race to zero, you're kind of choosing to lose in that transformation.
The goal, the race to zero, the goal, it's a great goal to have, but it's not going to be easy to get there, even though we have intent and commitment. Lindsay, what do you think will be the biggest challenge? What are you most worried about?
I mean, I think in the end, this is a leadership challenge, and that's leadership at all levels. And clearly right now, globally, political leadership feels like a real struggle in many parts of the world. I think one of the things that's been very positive is to see how different people have stepped up. Cities, for example, have really stepped up. Many leaders of cities, some governors of different states around the world are really leading the charge. Business is capable of really stepping up. Right now, one large company after another is making commitments to get to net zero well ahead of 2050, 2040, 2030. Funnily enough, competition kind of kicks in because people want to compete with each other to sort of get there faster, which I guess is the nature of a race. So there's a huge leadership challenge. I think I've spent 20 years working with corporate leaders on how we transition to a world where business is accountable and is thoughtful about social impact and environmental impact as well as profit. How do we cater to people and the planet as well as profit? And I think, it's taken a very long time, this shift from the primacy of shareholder return to the idea that we have to measure externalities. We actually have to properly account for the cost of what we do. Many of these things are not, of course, currently covered by normal accounting practices. So the whole journey to ESG and to rethinking business purpose, and actually I would say evolving the capitalist model. It's not about ripping it down, but it has to evolve. And that requires leadership. I think the environment right now is an easier one for leaders to step up, funnily enough, because we're so evidently in crisis that we need different kinds of leadership from people. But in the end, there's a certain element of courage and of deep values of people looking at themselves and saying, well, what do I stand for? Who do I care about? And how do I use the life, the leadership, the opportunity that I have? And I think that's true in so many domains of life. We will not address climate without also paying attention to equity, for example. These are global challenges, and that means local fairness, and it also means global fairness. And we're in a way, we're at an extraordinarily exciting moment in that there's everything to play for and there's a lot to be done.
There is an opportunity here, yes. But, we talked about leadership, whether it's leadership from, governments, political leaders, or corporate leaders. What we really need to see them do is to create change. Nigel, I want to come to you. I mean, when it comes to change, how do leaders create a culture of change? Because change will only occur when all of us, when every individual gets in on it and changes some habits. So with your experience and what you've seen in the conversations you've been having, how does change take place? Whose responsibility is it to trigger that?
Yeah, whose responsibility is it? I mean, I think what we're talking about fundamental systems change here. And of course, the nature of a system is that there are many, many different actors with responsibility for different parts of the system. And no one has responsibility for the whole. You have a value chain with a supply side and a demand side. Crudely, you have investors in that value chain. You have policymakers who are regulating that value chain. You have trade bodies who are resisting or accelerating regulation. You have citizens who are consumers of the technology or of the products. So you have cities who interact. They may be buying stuff. They may be regulating. So you have all sorts of groups in society who have influence. So the first thing is that change comes from everywhere, and you never know where it's going to come from. You'll often, if you're trying to get someone to move, you'll often hear them give you the reasons why they can't move based on it. So the CEO might say, well, customers don't want it, the regulators haven't done it. So you often find people's reasons for not changing are usually based on blaming other people. So change always comes, as Lindsay said, somebody has to have the courage to stand for a different future than the one that the current trajectory is on. And that could be somebody in the system, like a CEO, committing to transforming their business, or somebody outside the system, like a school striker saying, I'm not prepared to live up in the world that you guys are preparing for me. And you never know how those are going to interact in a creative way. The other thing I would say that I think we know that really helps is being very, very clear on the end goal. So being clear that we're going to zero there's a purifying clarity around that. If we said we're going to reduce by 65%, then we find that 90% of the people think that they're in the 35% who don't have to change. So being clear about zero is really helpful. And that's the scientists have really helped us in the last few years be really clear that we have to get to zero emissions in the 2040s.
But to create change, you need consensus. Like you just said, you need everybody to be in on it. But I'm curious, because you have so many different stakeholders. You have governments, you have businesses, you have ordinary citizens. And, various countries also are in various stages of economic development. Everybody has a different idea about climate change, or is willing to give in a little bit more or a little bit less. How do you create consensus when different stakeholders have different needs and requirements?
Yeah. Let me say something about that. I mean, it's been very interesting pulling together Countdown. We have gone out and sought voices from leaders and influencers, many of them visible, but many of them invisible, who are working on climate change all over the world. And actually, I think sometimes it's a false dichotomy, as it were, between, you know, the richer countries and the poorer countries. We are totally in this together. There are good ideas coming from all over the world. I think issues of equity, inclusion, justice, which has to go alongside climate. It's no good having an opinion as a wealthy person or a wealthy country about what everybody else should do, you know, or even vice versa. I think in many ways the realization that we have to collaborate is dawning much more strongly, perhaps because of the particular circumstances we're in. But I do think, you know, this decade, our success in this very decisive decade will in large part be determined by our ability to collaborate. And, you know, human beings are very good at competing. It's got us a long way. It's taken us far. But we now have to collaborate, and we've got to find ways to do that in spite of immense tensions. One of the things that Nigel's team's doing, which I can't wait for them to show much more publicly, I mean, they're busy mapping for each different sector across our economy, what does change look like in the way that he just described? And what is the role of all the different players in that system? And sometimes it's one particular player that can unblock the system for everybody else. I think as people see that, as we see our interconnectedness and what happens when we collaborate, we kind of need to tell stories in that way so that we can recognize, you know, the immense influence we can have. I mean, he alluded also to things like, you know, youth. I mean, kids have driven a huge acceleration in this debate. If you look now at businesses coming along to sign up and make net zero commitments, they will drive huge change. Big companies saying, I am going to decarbonize my entire supply chain. The implications for thousands and thousands and thousands of smaller businesses of those decisions, what it then means in terms of how they've got to support those smaller businesses in making that kind of transformation are huge. So I think as different responsible players in the system step up and then realize that actually they can't do it without cooperation from everybody else, you know, we can see real progress. But without doubt, this requires new skills. And we are at an amazing time. I mean, I don't know, I hope we'll look back in history and say that certain things really blossomed actually because they needed to, and we had to find new ways to do things.
Well, I was just going to add to Lindsay's point about telling the quality of the stories that we tell. And I think that many of us who've been working on climate change for a long time eventually realized that we were telling the wrong story. Because you know,
what do you mean by that?
Well, because if you just tell a story which is about greenhouse gas emissions reductions, it's a very technical. The whole point of stories is they need to connect with people emotionally, right, where they are. So I think now you hear much more sophisticated storytelling about, you know, the economic benefits. So if you're talking to a fleet owner, you talk about the total cost of ownership of running electric vehicles is less than the total cost of ownership. So you make an economic argument because that's one of their primary drivers. If you're talking to a mayor, you talk about the air quality benefits of moving away from coal and from combustion engines because their citizens want clean air. Or you talk about the health benefits because they want their kids to grow up without the risk of asthma. If you're talking to a politician right now about COVID recovery, you talk about the job creation capability of investing in retrofitting houses. So I think stories need to meet people where they are, not just come from the thing that you obsess about personally. If you want, so that's part of this skill of collaborating, right? Is to actually be it requires much more empathy than just driving in a competitive way.
We do need to tap into those kinds of qualities. We do need to have empathy. We do need to listen. We do need to hear all the different voices because this kind of scale of change is really frightening. And people are fearful of their lives being turned upside down, of their livelihoods disappearing. Unless we're having those kinds of conversations and actually, you know, able together to think about pathways forward that are good for everybody, we shouldn't expect to prevail.
What I was going to say is that the story that resonates with me as an ordinary citizen is the story of the 15-minute city, which Nigel, you mentioned earlier. And what this pandemic has done for a lot of us is it's reduced our worlds, right? It's made it a lot more local. So given that, I'm very curious to know, what do you mean by the 15-minute city? Can you describe that for us?
Yeah, it's a lovely evocative idea. It's a good example of better storytelling, right? Because rather than say we need, it's just in one phrase. It's the idea being that wouldn't it be wonderful if in a city we could have access to all of the key services and amenities that we need to live a rich life. So we have access to green space. We can cycle and walk to our doctor, our dentist, the shops, our school, the theatre, the pub, whatever, everything that we need within. So through walking, cycling, and public transport, everything that we need to live a rich life is accessible within 15 minutes. It doesn't mean we're hemmed in to that space, but it means that we don't have to spend hours getting to some of those key things that we need access to if we're to live rich lives. It's an idea that we're seeing more and more mayors around the world embracing, as they, and as Lindsay said earlier, have been some of the most dynamic in responding to the COVID crisis, in really literally rebuilding their city centres and reshaping them. And it's a really lovely idea, which is it just immediately evokes a new way of being in a city.
It is a lovely idea, and you can see it happening in pockets in certain countries. But what about really congested cities and cities in developing countries, cities with, 17, 18 million people, and who talking about, cities maybe in Asia, in China, in India? How can they participate in the race to zero? I mean, a 15-minute city is just not practical there for decades or centuries to come. It's just not going to happen.
I mean, maybe I'll start and then pass to Nigel. I think, there are amazing things happening in cities in Latin America and Africa and Asia where people are leading. Freetown, listen to the mayor of Freetown talking about becoming Tree Town, huge tree building projects. So people are finding their own way that speaks to their community and speaks to their local issues. And some of the leadership around that will come from the south of the globe, will come from Asia, from Latin America, from Africa, and it will look different. It will take a different form, but there is incredible innovation happening in many of those cities.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. That I was just in a dialogue with the group working in Southeast Asia on resilience, and one of the things that they wanted to. Sometimes in the climate negotiations, the idea of adaptation and resilience comes up as something that the North has to pay for the South to be able to deliver on. And there is an element of that climate justice built into the negotiations and the Paris Agreement. But they were really at pains to tell me, we're not sitting here waiting to be helped. Communities all around the world are getting on with doing whatever they can with the resources that they have to adapt to growing climate risk. So I think, as Lindsay says, the key is that the solutions have to be figured out locally, right? What is right for London will not be right for Mumbai or Santiago or Shanghai. But I think there are some common elements, right? That we know that a shift to clean energy and clean transport will mean we have clean air. And that dirty air is a scourge of our cities today. 7 million people die prematurely every year from diseases related to air pollution. That's mostly from coal and cars, right? So you get rid of coal and combustion engines, you get rid of most of that. A lot of the lack of resilience around the world is because of poor infrastructure, which is susceptible to flooding. So we're going to need to really upgrade the infrastructure around the world, particularly in a lot of emerging markets, to move away from informal settlements, which are often built in floodplains and are very susceptible to severe weather events. We can build upwards instead of building out. I mean, we know that densifying cities is actually one of the ways of making them more sustainable and more livable, and maybe freeing up some space to re-green them at the same time, as Lindsay described in Freetown.
We know what the end goal is, but let's take a short-term goal. Let's talk about 10 years. What in a very sort of practical, real way, what do you think, what changes do you expect to see take place within the next 10 years that will make a real contribution towards fighting climate change?
First of all, I think it will be unviable to be either an investor or a business and not be very clearly, publicly and demonstrably committed to the zero carbon future. There's an article in the FT the other day just describing that the oil and gas sector risks becoming uninvestable because it's got so far away from societal expectations. So I think investors and policymakers and civil society are taking care of that. So within 5 years, it will be unviable not to have a clear plan to get to zero. I think in terms of some of the technological changes, within 10 years, no one will be buying combustion engines. No one will be building.
That's pretty soon.
In 10 years. That's changing so fast. Again, you just go back at the history of the internet or of smartphones or of any technological change. I think within 10 years, no one will be. Certainly for cars, maybe for trucks may take a little later, but for cars and buses, technology is already there. Everybody expects the costs to be less to even buy. So why would anyone buy a more expensive, dirtier, less safe, more, harder to run? I mean, what just defies everything we know about economics, that when you pass all those tipping points, you still buy. I think cities will be much greener. We're seeing a huge awakening of the value of nature, and not just in terms of carbon reduction, but in terms of the quality of life. And then in other areas, we'll be well on the track. We'll be seeing technology changes and costs coming down, but maybe we won't. We'll still have airplanes flying all around the air, but they'll have increasing amounts of sustainable aviation fuel rather than fossil aviation fuel. And for short haul, we'll have electric airplanes. But the transition will not be complete in 10 years. I think we'll probably also see a continued shift in global diets away from intensively farmed, very environmentally damaging red meat towards a much more vegetable-based protein diet, plant-based, and some of the new lab-based proteins that will by then be cheaper than intensively farmed beef. We'll still have very high-quality meat that is sustainably produced, but I think we'll see a big shift in diets as well.
Great. Thank you both so much for your time. That was a really interesting conversation, and I hope that some of these changes do take place within the next 10 years, and we don't have to wait longer for that. So Nigel and Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us at the Bloomberg Green Festival. Thank you all for joining this session of the Bloomberg Green Festival, and I do hope you enjoyed these discussions. Thanks again to our speakers and moderators for their time and their insight, and a huge thank you to our festival founding partner, Amazon, for supporting today's event. But most of all, a big thank you to you for being such an engaged audience. And we look forward to having you join us for the upcoming sessions of the Bloomberg Green Festival, which continues until Friday, September 18th. In our next session, we're going to continue our focus on the business case for climate action. But remember, in the meantime, for more climate news and data-driven insights from Bloomberg's global newsroom, you can visit bloomberg.com/green. And remember to follow Bloomberg on Twitter. Our handle is simply @business. Thank you for watching.